It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up. We made this one up. It's a made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer. Not this time. It never happened. It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened. No way.
It's a total fabrication.
Not a chance.
Not a chance. It's false. We made it up. It's false. It's a total fabrication. We made it up. It's false. It's fiction. Sorry, it makes me laugh. It's false. No. Wrong. Not a chance. We made it up. So stupid. Oops. Hello, everyone. All right, I'm gonna try to play Icarus here. I'm not sure if the beta is open, but we'll get into it. We'll see. You're in a meeting, so you'll be back. False. It's fiction. We made it up. All right, let's see. Bear. Boon. Boon Jamin. Oh, the bear game. Getting to the desert looks like it's going to be quite the challenge from what I saw when I played yesterday. Is it open, Spoon? We can play right now? I like it, It's very good. Alright. What the... It's false. We made it up. It's fiction. How to become update. Hey there, EJ, how's it going? It's going. Chat, EJ has stream homework he's not doing. It's false. Spoon, how did you play? Do we have to do another update or whatever? It's false. It's fiction. It never happened. Do your homework or... Okay. Huh. No. Oh. No. Hey, Lamau. Last Vice City's looking awesome. I saw the remaster trailer, dude. I have retweet. Here, we can watch that in a second. Well, Icarus is updating. Thank you, Spoon.
I got a little job for you, pal.
For the record, I'm actually upset about this. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to stop the stream right now? Master woke up. Hi, have you seen this? Yeah. If all goes well, Starship will be ready for its forced orbital launch in the next month, pending regulatory approval. I just want you to do what you say you're going... Anyway, Thomas, the remaster looks really good, but I can't play any of that on stream. All the radio stations, dude. I was thinking about this when I was watching the trailer this morning. I'm like, man, it's going to be really awesome playing this. Oh, wait, I can't. I know, Claude. I have it updating now. I can turn off the music, but part of what made those games so fun is the soundtracks that went with them. Like, how are you going to play Vice City without, like, Anthrax just wailing in the background? For GTAs, John, most likely. I'm wondering if Rockstar will do anything about it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Alarming Oyster, 20-month resub. Right, J-Speed? See my last man. What's up? Icarus is updating right now. My internet is down. It's been down for hours. I'll join you as soon as it's up. Okay. F1's FP1 for the USGP is commenced. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Make. Mm-hmm. Update is almost finished, guys. Last about Rockstar Music and the remasters. Okay, could email them. You're on their side. I'm sure they wouldn't mind at least asking. Dude, that's not really how music rights work, man. I mean, shoot out a feeler. We'll see what happens. Just an FYI, last time I had early beta access, the save got reset when the main beta came out later that day. Gotcha. Yeah, it's yeah. If like in music is like art, right? It's so like each individual piece of art has its own set of like rights and stuff. There's no blanket policy for all types of music. Even, and that's like the huge mistake that everybody makes. There is yeah, it's yeah, every person owns the song and it's their IP or it's a record company's IP. And now some record companies do own a good amount of songs, right? Excuse me, do own like a good amount of songs, but you know, there's no one blanket policy because music is paid out with royalties, so it's contractual, like Twitch streaming, believe it or not. Spoon, can you link that picture up again, please? My update's stuck. Grab, gonna have a job interview at a friend's auto repair shop in about 30 or 40 minutes. I hope you get it. Cool. Well, good luck, man. I'm stuck on the pause screen here. I'm gonna... Takes a minute to unpack patching. Oh, okay, got it. $48 gigs? Jeez. How did you get the update? You gotta go onto the Discord, dude. The patch is... I was going to say, the patch says it's 2.8 gigs right there. It's just going to take a second, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, all systems, 48 months. 48 months for 48 gigs. But it patches 48 gigabytes of the game. When I saw you bought a new truck, I decided I needed a new one. Currently RAM shopping. Wait, are you gonna get a new one, or are you gonna get a new one? Oh, you're gonna get a certified pre-owned from Jazz. Trucks are cool, man. They're fun. I enjoy them a lot. God's Glory DDR4 RAM. Downloading the update now. Okay. Hey, we're ready to go. Let's do this. Here we go. All right, bear.
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle up.
Kerlani, 75-month resub. Icarus. Wait, what the hell? Should we conclude this prospect? I think we should, yeah? I forgot. Yeah, I forgot you have to conclude the thing. Good thing the character didn't get axed.
Welcome back. When the terraforming went south, UDA mothballed their biosatellites and walked away. Well, now they're falling out of the sky. 3 in the last month. Their payload, some kind of enzyme. Biotech designed to reshape worlds. So there's a few interested parties. But UDA figures they've done enough damage. They want their warheads back before anyone else gets them.
Okay.
There's fragments right up into the Arctic. So you'll be facing the worst of the war. Welcome back. When the terraforming went south, UDA mothballed their biosatellites and walked away. Well, now they're falling out.
Okay. Okie dokie. Hey, it's me. So, we're going over here. Let's do it.
So, the Lagos unit's looking for data on the deserts. Between satellites falling out of the sky, exotic screwing with imaging, and their exploration team just not coming back, the desert's a blank on the map. They want you to find a way into the region, then take some terrain scans, so they can start tagging drop zones. There's a lot of questions here, and they're paying top dollar for answers. Choice is yours.
Let's go. Axe.
Teams reported a cave system. Could be a path down there. But that was the last anyone heard from them. It ain't your first rodeo, but this is Icarus. So don't let your guard down. You'll need a radar, and the regions marked on your map. Between the dust storms, wild animals, and whatever else is lurking up there, you'll have your work cut out. Safe journey, friend.
Okay. Well, I'm about to find out what's new in this. Need some fiber. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Well, we're prospectors, guys. We're prospectors down on this planet. This is a planet that's kind of Earth-like, but is supposedly, from what I understand, it's a failed terraforming operation. They were trying to figure out why. Alright, let's get going. So we gotta make our way up in the desert, but I ain't about to go out in the desert like this. We will get absolutely railed out there with it just carrying like a stone axe. So I'm gonna get a makeshift shelter up and kind of go from there. Want to build near the cave, it's the only way to the desert. Oh, well, that's good. Give me enough lumber to get something good here. Gotta get fiber and a bunch of other things, and we gotta see where we are in the... where we left off with the crafting system. I think we still have our levels, but we'll, Oh, okay. It didn't reassign like it did before. So we just have 2 points available. Gotta change the rifle around a little bit. I think that's one of the things we should unlock. Oh, it automatically unlocked rifle rounds too. Sweet. Okay. I haven't seen it yet, Tech. Hey, Nazlik, what's going on? Have you enjoyed Icarus? It's alright, Kig. It's a good game. I like the gameplay. It's fun to play. And I haven't really even dived down into like doing the different objectives. It's just a kind of fun survival game, at least in the wooded biomes like this. It's also really pretty. They're installing the heat shields around the engines of Super Heavy. Cool. Hi, dear. There we go. It's a nice place for a house. Is there a different biome, or is it the first time we'll get to see one? There was the winter biome before, dude. Like, I want to... Let's go out and prospect. Let's go out and see what we can see here. I want to... That's what I want to kind of do. I just kind of want to get the basic stuff all set up, and that's not really how I wanted that. Another new engine for Baudas. The Arctic system was hell. Oh. Alright, so I should be able to get makeshift. Just, this is not supposed to be anything real fancy. It's just a house. Build out a nice old log cabin here. Oh, need more lamba. NASA teleconference on Artemis 1 starting extremely soon. Oh. Oh. Might have to do this another day. I kind of want to listen to that. Crap. Personally, you saw a swan this morning? Oh, that's cool. My day's fine thus far. Why can't stump removal be clean like that in real life? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, just split this stump into... Why don't the logs float? Yeah, there you go, Tars. What Tomas said. Uh-oh. Frames. The heck was that? That was Tessa joining. Elon Musk has arrived. Nice. Build ourselves a nice little cabin here. There we go. Can we play the beta right now? Yes. You guys got to go onto the Discord, man. Go onto the Discord. You'll see. They have instructions on how to proceed there. Serious question, how different is this from Satisfactory? Very. This is more a survival game than anything, but... The reason why I'm even bothering making a house is because you have to, some of the crafting stations have to be inside. So that's what I'm gonna do. Put some of it inside. I need to save up for that crafting station right there, and then we can start making better things. What major bugs have you guys found so far? I don't remember off the top of my head. you build half walls, like put the old-timey facade on the porch? Not like what you're saying, no. Come on. There we go. Alright, what else do we need for this crafting station? I'm probably going to need to make a... Screw you, Christmas tree. There we go. NASA is now live. Okay.
322 feet tall inside the vehicle assembly building as it enters the final phase of testing before launch. Artemis 1 will be the first in a series of increasingly complex missions that will pave the way for missions with astronauts as we prepare for human missions to explore Mars. Here to talk with us about the recent operations and what is ahead of us before the Artemis 1 launch are Tom Whitmire, Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development at NASA headquarters, Mike Bolger, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager at NASA's Kennedy Space Center.
So this is the Artemis,
Kathy Kerner,
Artemis 1
Orion Program Manager at NASA's Johnson
about
Space
SLS.
Center. John Honeycutt, SLS Program Manager at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. And Mike Serafin, Artemis Mission Manager from NASA headquarters. After a brief opening comments from each of our speakers, we will take your questions. You can enter *1 on your phone to be entered into the question queue at any time. Your phones are on mute now, and the operator will open your mic when we're ready and close your mic after you ask your question. We ask that you please stick to one question and identify to whom your question is directed. If we have additional time, we'll do another round of questions. About 1 hour after we conclude, you can listen to a replay of this teleconference by dialing toll-free 202-369-0188. All right. And first, we'll hear from Tom Whitmire. Tom?
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Hey, I just got back from the Kennedy Space Center. I was down there on Wednesday. I had a chance to be with Mike Bolger in the vertical assembly building. And what we do is we go into the building, and if you go all the way back and to the right, that's High Bay 3. That's where this vehicle is. And Mike and I were over in High Bay 4, which is across from it. And we got to see the 322-foot tall integrated stack. And it's taller than the Statue of Liberty, and I like to think of it as a Statue of Liberty because it's a very engineering complicated piece of equipment, and it's very inclusive. It represents everybody. As you know, Artemis 1 is the first step to landing the first woman and the first person of color on the moon, and it's a very important achievement for this country. The rocket itself was built using people from every state in the United States of America, and it also involved a partnership with the Europeans, and we're very proud of that.
Kind of, UK.
And so before I get started, I just want to take this
there's a little
opportunity
more
to thank all
polished
those
than
folks
West, I'll tell you that.
who did all that work to put us in a position as a country to be able to do this next step as we move forward with the Artemis program. So thank you very much. So we've got the integrated stack and the VAB, and we'll start to check all the interfaces across the rocket and make sure that they are working properly. They're communicating with each other, and they're communicating with our Launch Control Center. Mike Bolger, who will talk in a few minutes, will give you more details about the testing that's in front of us. I can tell you overall from an agency perspective, we're looking to get to the pad late this year, and then early next year we will do a wet dress rehearsal. After the wet dress rehearsal, we go back into the VAB, back to High Bay 3, and we do some additional checks outs, and then we'll roll it out one more time, and we'll be prepared to launch the vehicle. And we're looking for a period of time, right now for analysis purposes, we're looking at a period of time within February. Mike Serafin, who's here with us today, will talk a little bit more about those period of time. But in generally speaking, we're very excited. We think this is really tremendous progress, particularly during a period of time where we've had some COVID challenges and other activities and some first-time flow challenges. We're really proud of the dedication of the team, Mike's team, and everybody involved in the process. Artemis 1 is a test flight. It's not crewed. It's our opportunity to bring SLS and Orion up in deep space, take it to the moon. When I flew back after Wednesday, I came in on a plane, and I was on the right side of the plane, and I looked out my window, and it was a clear night, and we had the Hunter Moon was out there. It's right at the horizon. And I think everybody who could have been there or saw the Hunter Moon themselves, I hope you kind of thought about that for a few seconds and the silent promise that we have to get back to the moon, take our next step, and have the first woman and the first person of color on the lunar surface. We think that's really important. Like the Statue of Liberty, I think it really represents what this country is about. So with that, let me go ahead and introduce Mike Bolger. Mike Bolger is our ground processing lead, our program manager.
Some leather for the crafting bench, guys.
Yeah, hey, thank you, Tom, and good afternoon, everyone. You know, Tom, it's interesting. I saw the moon, too. We had clear skies here as well, and it's funny. Anytime there's a full moon, I look up there and I kind of think about the mission that we've got, and it always gets me pumped up. And this is a really exciting time to be a part of the SOS, Orion, and Exploration Ground Systems team. Here at KSC, we've been preparing for this moment. You know, we've been upgrading our facilities. We've been developing new ground support equipment. We've been writing the software and preparing the team, and now we're ready. And the team has been working around the clock, and I'm really proud of what we've accomplished already. Earlier this year, we stacked the solid rocket boosters, and then in June, we added the core stage and the launch vehicle stage adapter to the stack. We added the interim cryogenic propulsion stage in July and began hooking up all the umbilicals that provide the power and the comms, the coolant, the fuel to the rocket. In August, we started powering up the rocket, first one element at a time, and then as an integrated launch vehicle. And then in September, we performed an umbilical retract test where we ran through a launch countdown and proved our capability to retract all of the umbilicals at T0, ensuring that we'll have the appropriate clearance on launch day. Right after that, we attached shakers and sensors and conducted an integrated modal test and shared that data with the SLS program. Both those tests were really successful. While that was going on, in parallel facilities here at Kennedy, we were fueling the Orion spacecraft and readying it for flight. The launch abort system has been installed on top of the crew module, and the complete Orion system was transported over to the VAB earlier this week and stacked on top of the SLS rocket. Not sure if the pictures are all out there yet, but like Tom said, it's a heck of a sight, and it's really nice to see. And he said we went to High Bay 4. We went to High Bay 4 because the rocket's so big that to fully appreciate it, you need to get a little bit of distance from it to actually see it kind of top to bottom. And even then, we had some of the VAB platforms extended, so we had parts of it obscured. I'm really, really looking forward to the first day when we roll out of the VAB to the launch pad and kind of seeing it in all its magnificence, because it's a heck of a rocket. And Orion's a heck of a spacecraft.
Sometimes I gotta hit this thing.
So looking ahead, we're in the process of reconnecting all the umbilicals and getting ready for the integrated verification tests to ensure the flight hardware and the ground interfaces are working. We'll start with the Orion power-up this weekend, and then we'll follow up during the month of November, powering up the core stage and the second stage again, and then the entire integrated launch vehicle. As we get into the first week of December, we'll conduct a communications end-to-end test where we'll verify all the communication systems are operating on the ground and in the flight phase. And then teams in Fireroom 1 and the LCC will perform a countdown sequence test before the fully stacked SLS rolls out to pad 39B for wet dress rehearsal. During that test, SLS and Orion will be configured for launch so that the launch team can execute the launch sequence on the integrated system as a risk mitigation for the wet dress rehearsal. So we've been really busy, and we're going to stay busy for a while, and that's the way we like it. We talk a lot as a team about appreciating the moment and about being thankful for this opportunity that we've been given. You know, we recognize the responsibility that comes with being entrusted to prepare the Artemis 1 flight hardware for launch. We do this very much as an integrated team. It's EGS, it's SLS, and it's Orion, and it's all of us working together, and we work really well together.
Orbiter. Is what
so with that, let me turn it over to Kathy Kerner,
it's an end-to-end shuttle simulator.
He'll offer a few words
that's based off of the shuttle's operations manual. It's 1,100 pages.
And really,
that's what
the
you're looking
last
for.
week have been extremely exciting for the Orion program. Not only has the spacecraft successfully joined the Artemis 1 stack with the SLS rocket, which brings us that much closer to launch, but We've also had deliveries of other Orion elements for Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 to the Kennedy Space Center. I'm thrilled with the expertise and the dedication that our teams have displayed in building these vehicles and getting them all to Kennedy. We've done extensive testing with Orion to ensure that the spacecraft was ready for our rollout and then joining with the rocket. And so now we'll be operating Orion systems jointly with the rocket, which will allow us to gather more data for Orion's development work and confirm that really that we're ready to fly. With this first voyage of Orion and SLS, we'll prove out the vehicle design, take all of the experiences in this test flight, and then carry those forward to upcoming
Moreover, if you have questions about the shuttle,
refining our processes and efficiencies and making the changes when necessary. This will be Orion's second trip to space, but the first time into deep space, and it'll be much longer than our first mission, EFT-1, and much more rigorous a mission to the moon, which is 1,000 times farther from Earth than where the space station flies today. And really will demonstrate our capability of our spacecraft in a more extreme radiation environment. We're looking forward to sending Orion off to the moon and watching it perform in the environment it was designed for.
Excuse me, guys. Sorry.
The folks that got us to where we are today are the definition of teamwork, and I'm extremely proud of their collaborative achievements.
Before somebody says
collaboration both
coffee works fine
domestically but also internationally, building the spacecraft that will eventually take humans farther into space than ever before. With that, I will hand over to the SLS program manager, John Honeycutt. John?
Oh, thank you very much, John Honeycutt.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, and good afternoon, everyone.
John's cool.
I'll tell you, I've been very, very impressed just watching the entire stacking and integration that Mike and his team have done in the VAB. We've had, like Mike said, quite a bit of involvement in working as a team across the whole enterprise and seeing the SLS system.
See, I'm trying to trying to kill an animal so we can get some leather.
Orion
I need
on top,
leather for a leather belt.
Gets us to a place where we're ready to finish up the testing and the integration work that we've got to do and head to the moon. I've watched the team over time.
There used to be, Draco. Not anymore, though.
Go through many learning experiences and lessons.
You actually used to be able to watch a shuttle stack get stacked in real time. Yeah, they had live streams inside of the VAB. They don't do it anymore because NASA decided to become a multi-user spaceport, so there could be potentially intellectual property inside of the VAB if someone's using it. So they shut the stream off. Yeah. This was like 10 years ago. There was a live stream of it. Dude, it was way ahead of its time.
I think it's gone really, really well. Along with putting the rocket together, and you'll hear more about this later, but, the entire team across the enterprise has gone through several mission simulations and other ground operations that are preparing the team that's going to undertake the historic Artemis 1 mission.
I don't think we get leather from this. I think we get fur.
Artemis 1 is the first flight of SLS with Orion. First flight will be a test flight. It'll be the first use of many of these ground systems as well as SLS and Orion. So, we're learning a lot about how to put the rocket together.
That's the reason why they've been going so slow, guys.
And the work that we're completing over these final days, for the mission. I'll tell you, I couldn't be prouder of the team that got us to where we are today.
I want to pet you with my knife.
Despite the multiple challenges that we faced with COVID and major storms, most recently from Hurricane Ida, and the impacts that it's had on our production facilities.
Man, we need that crafting station.
The team, and that includes our industry partners as well. And they've all pulled together and made that happen. We did see really, really good success, as Mike alluded to, in the recent modal testing, and we walked away with a tremendous amount of data, important data that informs us.
You know anything about DART, the Double Asteroid Redirect mission? Yeah, the impactor mission that NASA's going to run. It's going to launch on Falcon 9, and it's going to impact an asteroid with a tangent speed of like 52,000 miles an hour. Yeah, DART's dope, dude. It's so metal, dude. I love it.
So
I know
now
most
I'd
of
like to
the
turn it
missions,
over
man.
to Mike
My
Sarah,
job
who
is to
is
communicate
our
space here
mission
on
manager.
Twitch.
Mike?
So if you
Thank you, John.
never been in, you want to talk
Completing
space with
stacking
somebody.
is a really important milestone. It
I
shows
got
that
you.
we're in the home stretch towards the mission. In parallel with bringing our rocket and our spacecraft together at our launch site, we've been bringing our mission teams together. So that's our operations teams led by the Exploration Ground Systems for launch and recovery out of the Kennedy Space Center. Our
You did
flight
a lot of work on
operations
it?
team out
Dude.
of Mission Control in Houston.
Oh, that's so
Our
cool,
engineering
Ritz.
teams
I
that-
love
that
it.
are the,
Yo, seriously,
engineering
Dart's
technical reach back
sick.
for the
Let's
space launch
punch this
system,
asteroid in the face.
hospital, as well as the Orion
It's so
spacecraft
cool.
in the mission evaluation room.
Everybody's
Houston.
been on
And then the
here.
mission
Everybody's
management
been
team.
all
So
about
we've been coming together
the Lucy mission
as
because it
one
launched,
mission
which
team
is
in parallel with
that
our hardware at the launch
Lagrangian
site.
point Trojan asteroids
We've conducted a
around
series
Jupiter
of
is
simulated missions.
pretty freaking
and,
cool.
I
It's
can
pretty
promise
neat.
you that we are on
That's
track
cool that you did work on it, man.
to
That's
fly,
awesome.
and this team will be ready when our flight hardware is ready. We've got some challenging mission priorities ahead of us. We've purposely pulled together a stress test for our Space Launch System rocket in our Orion spacecraft. And our
that's
four
all right.
primary objectives
It's okay.
are to demonstrate Orion's ability to return from the moon at lunar reentry conditions, to operate our flight systems in the flight environment,
You got a
to
little
retrieve
corona?
our spacecraft,
No, I talked too
and then
much
what I like
yesterday.
to call bonus objectives.
My voice is.
If you break those down a little bit further, in order to demonstrate Orion's ability to return from the moon at lunar reentry conditions, we need the rocket to do its job. We need to take all that cryogenic fuel and solid propellant and chemical energy that we have on the ground and deliver the Orion spacecraft to the point of translunar injection.
Different
and
mission.
then take all that potential and kinetic energy out through friction when the spacecraft enters through the Earth's atmosphere. And while we've already demonstrated Orion's ability to fly and re-enter during Exploration Flight Test 1, when we come back from the moon, it's going to come back far faster and far hotter than we did on that high Earth orbit mission. If we break down priority number 2 a little bit further, operating the systems in the flight environment, we need the rocket to...
Ritz, actually, dude, I'm telling you, Lucy, Psyche, and Dart, those three are probably some of NASA's most underrated missions. I really should talk about them more. Lucy, everybody knows because it launched. An 11-year mission, multiple Trojan asteroids. Those Trojan asteroids are stuck at L4, L5 Lagrangian points around Jupiter. And it's going to do multiple passes, multiple Earth grav assists. Everybody knows about that one. But Psyche and Dart are also insane. Like, these missions could open up the doors for asteroid mining. Which is... I'm pretty sure that's what people want, right? You just shipped it to Vandenberg 2 weeks ago. It was really cool. I touched every piece of hardware on it. Oh, that's so cool, man. We were reading about it yesterday. I do a segment on stream, or like from like 4 to 6, 7 o'clock Eastern time, where I explain what's going on with different missions. And I listen to all these NASA pressers to
control and
get more
with our
well-versed
spacecraft.
in
So we're gonna be
space
using the
lingo.
Deep Space Network to
Been
do
doing
all
that for a good while. Enough to fool
Our
people.
number 3
which is
priority,
good.
if you break that
You
down
work
a
on
little bit
Psyche
further,
as well.
retrieve
Oh,
the
Psyche's
spacecraft. That is an important objective because we physically get Orion
That's
back.
cool, man.
We get to look at the heat
That's really
shield.
cool.
We get to
I'm
see if there were
I'm super
little
happy that
hot
you're in
spots
the
or erosion that weren't picked up by the,
That makes me
the
happy,
flight
man.
instrumentation that's buried in the base heat shield that we're going to gather data on. We get the onboard recorded data, that's
Tessa, we gotta
imagery,
get
as well
some
as
fur.
flight instrumentation that is captured on board, including during the peak heating period, which has a communications blackout coincident with it as we come back for about 2 or 3 minutes back into the Earth's atmosphere through that peak heating period
Bambi.
and slow our spacecraft from Mach 32 to 0 in the course of 20 minutes.
32
We also get back
from lunar reentry.
the spacecraft's high-precision avionics for a programmatic savings and reflight on other missions, and then the spacecraft structure itself for structural testing post-flight. And then priority number 4 is what I like to call bonus objectives, or to complete our remaining objectives. It's a whole host of activities that are important, but
environmental
if we
test
don't
engineer,
fully
you simulate
accomplish
the
them,
launch
have no
conditions.
material impact on our
Cool.
ability to fly astronauts on subsequent missions. So those are things.
Yeah, launch environment is very dynamic. Very dynamic environment. Yeah, a lot of things change real fast. Working on Dragonfly as well. That mission is insane. Dude, the hover... Oh, man. You legend, Ritz. Seriously, I'm not just saying that. I know, dude, I know all these missions. Oh, that's cool. That makes... Dude, that just made my day.
And then we're going to bring each...
Parker Solar? Parker Solar was sick, man. I actually got to stand next to that Delta IV heavy stack, dude, because a couple of buddies I know at ULA. I was standing next to that thing inside the Delta integration facility before they integrated the payload. That's a big rocket.
Landing and splashdown and recovery.
Oh, you gotta get to the sub.
Some remarkable
That's
photos,
cool, man.
From the wingtip cameras mounted on the ends of the solar array wings. Orion is going to take selfies of itself, and we'll see the moon in the background and way off in the distance.
It's going to be a while flight. It's a lot of comments to sift through.
Some 270,000 miles away, and really gain a new perspective for the Artemis generation. So we've got a lot of content packed into this mission. We aim to accomplish all of it.
Solar panel cameras, guys.
And we've got clear priorities set out to do that. As part of getting ready, our team ready for flight, we've conducted, as I mentioned earlier, some recent simulations. We had our full team as recent as last week. I was down at the Kennedy Space Center and the Launch Control Center, and we did a terminal countdown simulation.
Yeah, Ritz, this whole chat, I mean, we're playing Icarus just because the beta weekend's up. This whole chat's full of space nutcases, dude.
To be ready for day of launch.
And we ain't greedy in here. We like everything.
November, we have
anything that launches into space, any payload, any mission, I don't care. This lot in here, we like all of it. We're greedy. We're greedy space fans, man.
Used to initially
just randomly found a page looking for Icarus content on launch. Right on, dude.
The Orion
actually,
module, and then
I don't mean to keep muting the press conference for the people that are listening. Dean, the CEO of Rocket Lab, the guy that makes this game, he's another space nutcase, dude. He comes in here from time to time, and I talk space with him. Oh yeah, he's a space nutcase. You should go. I'm serious. Go introduce yourself. He'd be like, "What? You like space? Oh, you know." That's right, Flykin. Yeah, he's in here from time to time. He doesn't talk very much though. Oh yeah, Tess, I forgot how dark it is here. Here. Alright. Just keep that right in the center there. Here, let me put the conference back on. That's cool though, Rich. It's good to meet you, man.
Spend a little bit of extra time in the distant
welcome in here anytime.
To set up landing lighting conditions at the splashdown zone, and then the
Rocket Works, not Rocket Lab. Sorry, I'm getting my space companies confused. Rocket Works is different. Rocket Lab is
we know exactly the duration of
same country though
of each mission opportunity. It's day dependent, and it's really tied to some of the objectives that we have. So our teams are off preparing for these scenarios and all the various mission phases, and the specific mission duration again is going to depend on the day that we launch.
So Dragonfly, guys, is basically a Curiosity or a Perseverance rover,
and we're on
but instead of wheels,
to ensure that we'll have a successful
drone.
So that's it for me, Catherine. I'll turn it back to you.
It's a little ways off. It's still.
We'll now begin the question and answer.
Ritz, has Dragonfly gotten past CDR yet, or is it still PDR? I actually don't know. I haven't checked in a little bit.
You can enter star 1 on your phone to be entered into the queue at any time, and you can enter star 2 if you'd like to be removed from the queue if your question is answered while you're in the queue.
Nuclear-powered drone.
All right. So first,
so
we'll
freaking
start
cool.
with Bill Harwood from CBS News.
All right, let's see what Billy.
Yeah, hi guys. I think this is maybe for Whitmore. I mean for Mr. Serafin. I'm not sure. And pardon me, my voice is a little messed up this morning. Can you tell us when the February period, the launch period began?
It's a Perseverance rover with helicopters
and
blades on it instead of
wheels.
wheels.
Is there a target date for the Wet Dress Rehearsal?
Seriously, same chassis.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
From what I understand, Ritz. Feel free to.
I'll take the first part of that one, Tom. So this is Mike Serafin. So the February launch period opens on the 12th, and our last opportunity in February is on the 27th.
It's not for the moon, Flykin.
Okay, Bill, in terms of the Wet Dress Rehearsal, we're looking to do it earlier in January.
Guys,
we don't have a specific date set
right
now. We've got a number of steps we've got to do to get ready for that test. But right now, that's the time frame we're thinking about.
Thank you very much.
We got
our next question is from Stephen Clark of Spaceflight Now.
Let's see what Stevie has to say. Yeah, Flykin, look at the link.
line
It's
is
not
open.
going to Mars. It's Titan.
Hi, Stephen Clark, Spaceflight Now. Just to follow up on Bill's question, I'm wondering if Mike Serafin also has the dates for the follow-on launch periods in like March and April, and do you happen to know the launch time if the launch were to occur on February 12th? Thanks.
Yeah, hi, Stephen. Yes, we do have what we call a rolling analysis cycle that, if we don't make the February launch period, we're going to be prepared and have that trajectory data and mission plans in place should we need
nighttime
that.
Nighttime
roughly the
game,
pattern that we've got is we're on for roughly 2 weeks, and then we're off for about 2 weeks, and then on for 2 weeks, and off for 2 weeks. And it really has to do with the three-body problem that we're dealing with. We have the Earth rotating on its axis. We have the moon going about the Earth in its lunar cycle, its 28, 29-day lunar cycle, and then we've got to head outbound and then splash down at a set of daylight landing conditions. And with the interprow propulsion stage, we at certain points in that lunar cycle are performance constrained. This is not a problem that we have when we get to the more powerful exploration upper stage as part of the Block 1B upgrade that's in front of us. But when we get to the March launch period, our opportunities open up on March the 12th and close on the 27th. And then April, should we need that again, would open on the 8th and close on the 23rd. The launch window open time you asked about on February the 12th.
No, but I like it.
I've got here is 5:56 p.m. Eastern.
Cool.
And Mike, how long's the window for that?
The window is 21 minutes. And the longest window that we have, is day dependent. The longest window duration is 2 hours or 120 minutes. So the window duration varies based on the day that we're going, but its maximum window is 120 minutes.
Got to make sure the moon's
we've talked about this a lot. It's really crazy. The moon moves around on you. When I saw the Hunter moon on Wednesday, it was off on the east, and Mike and I walked to work. Thursday morning, it was off to the west, so it's going to be very interesting because we got this three-body problem, and it drives a lot of our decisions in terms of when we launch, and it'll move around, and windows will get bigger and smaller. So it's a good question.
Thank you. Our next question is from Michael Keith of CNBC.
All right, Mikey, what do you got?
This question is primarily addressed to Tom Whitmire. I'm curious, given this is a taxpayer-funded program, what NASA's estimated total cost of the Artemis 1 mission is? Thanks.
Yeah, we have, of course, we're a really transparent agency. We have a lot of reports out there right now, and I'd kind of reference you to them. There's different ways to look at the cost of the mission, whether it's the development cost, the test cost, operational cost. I would really just refer you back to what's publicly available information in that area. It really depends on how you ask the question, and so that would probably, I don't want to give you a number that's any different than already out there, and I think there's a number of reports right out now that you can just take a look at and see what they've got.
So NASA's total cost involved.
Thank you. Our next question is from Eric Berger of Ars Technica.
This is something that I talk about, guys. NASA's funding you always get sticker shock from it, but it doesn't end up costing any more than anything else.
Excuse me. Hi. Thanks very much for doing this. Probably a question for Tom Whitmire, but maybe Mike Serafin. Can you talk about what will be different from this wet dress rehearsal versus what was done in December 2020 during the green run tests? Should we expect that since you've been through this process a couple times now at the core stage that this process will be fairly smooth, or lots of things going on that maybe make it a little more challenging and sort of experimental in that sense? And then when would you need to be complete with this wet dress rehearsal to meet that February launch window? Thank you.
Okay, Eric, let me start, and I'll let Mike Bolger kind of add some more details. He's the expert for the ground processing activity. What we did at Stennis was really a test of the vehicle, and John Honeycutt would do a much better job than I would describing all the different system parameters that were demonstrated in core stage performance. It was an excellent test. Actually, the core stage performed very well. When we're at the Cape and we get out to the pad, we have to demonstrate the systems that are at KSC in terms of their interface with the vehicle. We want to see how the ML performs. We want to practice our cryosphere loading and unloading. We go through a couple operations for this wet dress that we would do differently for the actual launch. And we have a lot more flexibility because we can work issues and demonstrate all the systems and end-to-end system integrity all the way from the LCC out to the pad and back. And so I'm going to let Mike talk a little bit more about it, but that's, Eric, at a really higher level, that's what's unique to the wet dress. And Mike, you can add to that.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, the test is a full cryogenic tanking, of both the core stage and of the ICPS, and then also a drain for the stack. It will contain a recycle demonstration where we'll basically recycle our count. We'll count down to T-minus, just under T-minus 10 seconds, right before the engines would fire, and then we'll cut off. It's a good test. Not only of the flight hardware, but also of all the ground systems, like Tom was saying. This is, while we've tested the ground systems, we haven't tested them and the interfaces with the flight hardware. So it's a good test of that. It does run through all of our integrated software together, so both the onboard software and the ground software, and it's an opportunity for the entire test team to be in the firing room with the mission management team, with the engineering support teams at Marshall and at Johnson. And to run through the test. So really, it rings out well. That the obvious difference is we're not firing the engines. That is clearly the biggest difference. But for us on the ground, it's a great chance to get the team and the ground systems wrung out and ready for launch. I think regarding your question of how much time. When do we need to get off? I think you heard Mike Serafin talk. We've got a couple-week window, so we know we've got a couple weeks there where we'd have an opportunity to still get a flight off. But we really need to just kind of get through the test and see where we're at, and at that point we decide when the appropriate time to try launch was.
Yeah, and Eric, Mike got it absolutely right. That's why we won't really be in a position to set a specific launch date until we have a successful wet dress. We really want to see the results of that test, see how we're doing, see if there's anything we need to do before we get ready to launch. And I know you know this. This is, and everybody else will tell you this in this industry, that there's a series of activities that we need to successfully complete before we have the opportunity. This is the first flight of this vehicle, and so we are dedicated as an agency to taking this a step at a time, making sure we successfully pass testing that we still have in front of us in the VAB as well as the Wet Dress Rehearsal, and we're absolutely committed to just taking a step at a time, seeing how the test results are, seeing if we have to make any parameter adjustments or anything of that nature. We've been very fortunate. The hardware's performed very well up to this point, but the reason we do these tests is to make sure we're really ready to go. And so just like I used to do, have a similar job for the shuttle program, we'll take it a step at a time. We'll go through these tests. We'll see where we're at, and we think we're in a good position for the agency really to set a launch date after the Wet Dress Rehearsal.
Thank you. Our next question is from Mark Carreau of Aviation Week and Space Technology.
Thank you. I believe my question's for Tom Whitmire. The federal government's currently under a continuing resolution. I'm just wondering if that imposes any kind of constraint on the planning and preparations for the launch of Artemis 1.
We do not anticipate that will have an impact for what they call a critical set of activities, and so we're exempted from some of that. It may impact some of the other activities that aren't associated with the launch, but it won't. That won't be an impact to the launch for us.
Thank you. Our next question is from Philip Sloss of NASASpaceflight.com.
Hey, Phil. This guy's the best.
Thanks. I think this is for Mike Bolger and Kathy Kerner. I know we heard about the SLS program just completed their design certification review last month, and is getting ready for the flight readiness review, the building blocks of the flight readiness review. For the EGS and the Orion programs, can you just tell me where you are? Have you completed the design, sort of the equivalent of the design certification review for this Orion and for the ground systems getting in your lead up to the flight readiness reviews? Thanks.
Kathy, do you want to start?
That's where we are on the map, by the way.
Sure. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate the question. Yeah. So For this test flight, we have completed our design certification reviews, and what we're really in the process of doing now is finalizing some of the testing and the paperwork required to commit to flight readiness. So we will start that process here in the next few weeks, actually, as we do the march up to the wet dress rehearsal, such that we're ready to support whenever the integrated stack is ready to support a launch. Now, this being a test flight, a lot of the mission activities and the data analysis and the things that we get out of this flight will feed into our design and certification readiness for the Artemis 2 mission when that happens. So we'll be anxious to see this mission be successful and get the test data back from this flight and fold that into our readiness for the next crewed mission. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. And yeah, from a ground system standpoint, we really kind of DCR our ground systems, system by system. We've completed 75 out of 76. We've got one that's coming up here in a few weeks related to a pad ECS system. So we're in really good shape. Everything's on track for that. We've accomplished all 4 of our operational readiness reviews, the most recent one being our operational readiness review for integrated test and checkout, which is the sequence of tests that we're getting ready to get into now. So we're in a really good position to move forward with the testing that we've got in front of us.
Should give me enough for a crafting station.
Thank you. Our next question is from Gina Sensuri with ABC News.
Could you go into, anyone can take this, a little more detail about why the day you launch changes the mission mode?
Yeah, Gina, I think you were kind of broken there, but I think your question was, why does the day of launch change the mission duration?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Frankly, it's a creative solution by our mission planning teams that improved our launch availability. When we initially did our mission availability analysis for Artemis 1, we quickly realized that with what we had as a baseline, a short class mission, which is a half revolution of the moon in what's called the distant retrograde orbit, we could fly roughly a week per month with the interim cryopropulsion stage. So the teams looked at what knobs we could dial to improve the number of days we could launch per month, and they came up with the option to increase the amount of time we spent about the moon in this distant retrograde orbit. And if we go from just a half lap to 1.5 laps, then our mission availability essentially doubles, and we get about half a month rather than just a week a month. And that was again, a creative solution, given the other constraints that we have to deal with. And if I could just kind of go back to a response that I had with Stephen Clark. Stephen, you had asked about window open times and window durations. I will caveat that is based on the analysis data that we have in hand, and the closer we get to flight, the more the team will sharpen their pencils. So those times and window durations could change a minute or two, so I just wanted to add that caveat.
Yeah, and Mike, I would just add, during Apollo they had the ability to circularize and then go off to the moon, which offers an opportunity every day. We're really looking forward to Artemis 4. We'll have the exploration upper stage on the vehicle. It'll be a very powerful rocket. That's the point where we can start circularizing our orbits before we do our translunar injection, and that's when we will have a lot more opportunities. So I think we're doing pretty good. We'll have good opportunities here to circularize and then go off to the moon, which offers an opportunity every day. We're really looking forward to Artemis 4. We'll have the exploration upper stage on the vehicle. It'll be a very powerful rocket. That's the point where we can start circularizing our orbits before we do our translunar injection, and that's when we will have a lot more opportunities. So I think we're doing pretty good. We'll have good opportunities here for these first 3.
Are there any constraints on when you have to launch based on that?
They're bottlenecked by that crappy ICPS.
So there's a number of constraints in play on day of launch. We are limited based on the amount, and Mike Bolger will probably add a few more words on this, by the amount of liquid hydrogen that we have. which kind of dictates the amount of time that we not only can sit on the pad for a given launch attempt, but also the interval between launch attempts. This rocket is so big, and we need so much liquid hydrogen that our current infrastructure at the Kennedy Space Center just does not support an everyday launch attempt. We also have a number of other constraints that we need to look out for. So we need to do collision avoidance screening, and that could actually result in a launch window cutout. When you go to low Earth orbit, you don't have to fly through all the stuff that sits between us and geosynchronous orbit, but we screen against all of the objects in the debris catalog, all the way through the point of translunar injection and a little bit past spacecraft separation, which is a little over 2 hours into the mission. So we have collision avoidance. We've obviously got natural environments. We've got weather that needs to be considered. We have a day of launch assessment against the atmosphere that we do.
Really have to worry about that, huh, Rocky?
We'll be gathering data through weather balloons and a Doppler weather profiling system that will tell us the winds aloft and any other conditions that might exceed the vehicle's ability from a structural standpoint to fly through it. So we'll be monitoring the day of launch conditions. We also have some valve cyclings and valve pressurization that we need to manage that can cause us to need to drive the specific time that we go. And then there's a whole host of other constraints that are associated with just general vehicle configuration that are based in what we call launch commit criteria. So we've got a fair number of constraints, and we've trained our ability to work through those constraints and to successfully get to T0. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, hey, Mike. I'll add just a couple of things. Like you said, from an SLS standpoint, we haven't fueled, but we will fuel as a part of the launch countdown sequence. And then, if we were to not go on the first day, we have a 48-hour scrub turnaround capability, and then we would have a third launch attempt 72 hours after that. We are currently upgrading our infrastructure here, adding a new 1.4 million gallon tank, which initially we were thinking was required for Artemis 4, but we're realizing it does give us some additional capability to improve our turnaround times and support longer launch windows, beginning as early as Artemis 2. So that's kind of from an SLS side. On the Orion side, and Kathy may want to pitch in some more, but since we fueled back in our multi-purpose processing facility, we started I'll call it a soft clock of 400 days. We wanted to get a launch off, and that clock would come up in June of 22. But it's like a soft February clock. We've got an opportunity if, for whatever reason, we weren't off by June, for the engineers to go do the analysis and hopefully get us good to go for launches after that.
Thank you. Our next question is from Lauren Grush of The Verge.
Atmospheric composition, rocket guy is
Hi, thank you so much.
Similar to Earth, but
I'm curious if these updates on schedule for Artemis 1 have any effect on the launch date for Artemis 2, or if that's still scheduled for 2023, and what is the minimum turnaround time that you need between these two launches? Thank you.
We need oxide.
Yeah, Lauren, we're still looking at the Artemis 2 schedule. There's a lot of things associated with Artemis 2. This Artemis 1 flight's an uncrewed flight. Artemis 2 is a crewed flight. We have a lot of additional systems that we have in the vehicle that Kathy could talk about. In order to accommodate the crew, we have an environment control life support system and crew displays and other activities. So they're actively working on it right now. As you heard, our European partners have just delivered the service module to support that mission. I think the agencies continue to look at that. We're evaluating the status of that mission, and we'll probably have an update here in a little while on that. But today we're just going to focus in on our first step, which is the Artemis 1 mission, and then a little bit later on we'll get to the subsequent flights.
No, I don't think it's
Our next question is from Irene Klotz of Aviation Week.
That's not really how waterfall testing
Thanks,
works.
Stephanie. Was there anything that turned out of the integrated modal test or anything else that put the wet dress from November to December?
Yeah, they had problems.
I can start on that, and then maybe Mike can add some stuff. No, I mean, the integrated modal went really well, and my hat's off to John Honeycutt and his team. Do a lot of the vehicle analysis that we have for structural loads, and they help lead that. A guy named Dr. John Blevins was the guy that actually helped coordinate that test. It was highly successful, and to be honest with you, they did a really good job. And so the data looks good. We've taken a number of modal surveys of the vehicle and different stages of its being assembled, and therefore we have what we think is a really great catalog that we'll have available for this vehicle in terms of its structural activity. I would say that really when we look at where we are right now and our path forward, a lot of there were first-time challenges, but also COVID was a very significant input on the operations at the Kennedy Space Center. I'll let Mike talk a little bit more about that, but I think they did a really good job, to be honest with you, working through. They had a third surge that came through here, and I don't know if you follow this. Most people, I think, throughout the country are pretty familiar with kind of some of the challenges that we've seen throughout our nation, really. And I think, when you talk about vehicle processing, we have a lot of safeguards that we have in place, CDC and other NASA type safeguards to make sure we're doing the right thing. And Mike has been doing that, and his team has, I think, done a really tremendous job under the circumstances that we've been operated on to be in the position we are right now. And I honestly am very proud of that team, and I'm very proud of the workers down at the Kennedy Space Center and what they're doing to keep this vehicle moving forward. And I don't know if you want to add to that, Mike, but from my perspective, I'm just really grateful and proud of the team down at the Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, that is how I would describe it too. I'm really proud of the progress that we've made. I mean, we've always been working to, a managed to schedule, and as you go through a first-time flow, we learn things. And so, some of the things that we learned is in our time leading up to the umbilical retract test were that some of these umbilical mates took longer than we had in our original plan. It's a pretty complex interface, and we needed to take our time, and we needed to do it right. So we learned that through the getting ready for the umbilical retract test. Obviously, that test disconnects all the umbilicals, so now we've got to reconnect them all back. So what we built into our forward plan was based on the lessons that we learned leading up to it. And similarly, we've got to establish the internal access to platforms that allow us to get inside the launch vehicle. That took, again, a little longer than we had expected, and so we built that into our plan forward. COVID has absolutely, been a part of the story. In Florida in August and September, it hit our area very hard, and obviously, our team lives in the area, and so it hit our team similar to, what we saw in the local community. And so when we had positive cases, it not only took that person out of the workforce at times, but all the close contacts with them as well. So while we worked, while we did everything we could, we wore masks, we kept social distancing to the extent practical. If you were going into our fire rooms, we took temperature checks, we put plastic dividers, we took all the precautions we could. We still ended up with some cases on the program, again, consistent with our community. I'm really proud of the resilience of the team working through that environment. We're fortunate now that it has very much subsided. We had the spike in August and September, but it's much more back to how it was prior to that. And I think we've got a really good plan forward, and I think we're looking forward to executing it.
Thank you. Our next question is from Derek Newsom of Space Scout.
Welcome.
Hi, this question's for Mike Seraphin. You mentioned there are two different types of missions laid out for Artemis 1, the long duration and the short duration. Is there any particular between them that the team would favor, targeting the short over the long or the long over the short?
Derek, that's a good question. We're going to fly when the hardware is ready to fly, and the value of getting this flight test off and learning from it, so that we can do our post-flight analysis and then prepare for downstream missions far outweighs any preference that we would have over flying a short class versus a long class mission. So we're really just focused on flying and being prepared when the vehicle's ready, and we will take the opportunity that's in front of us at that time.
Thank you. Our next question is from Mark Sumner of Daily Coast Media.
Hi, good afternoon. Mark Sumner, Daily Coast. I'll direct this to Mike Seraphin. Around the time of the Green Run, there were reports that NASA was looking at bypassing the uncrewed mission and putting astronauts directly on Artemis 1. Did that receive real consideration, and are you still tempted?
No, and no. Well,
yeah, this is Tom. I'll take that one, Mark. No, I think at one point, that's something that was a long time ago. Right now we are very committed to proceeding as we are proceeding, which is uncrewed test flight. I think that's a good decision the agency made. We always look at different types of things. It's been a long time since we even thought about that, so I don't think. But I think right now, we've been on a very clear path for a while now that we think it's important to get this test flight, and then we've really taken a lot of steps that were really important. We kind of committed ourselves to a full duration Green Run test at Stennis. That was a very big commitment on the part of the agency. We're committed to doing this full up wet dress rehearsal. There's a lot of things and other steps along the way that we could have done differently, and I think I'm very proud of the patience of everybody, because the first time you fly a launch vehicle, you have to go through these things and make sure you fully characterize and understand the launch vehicle before we commit the crew. And I think the agency has shown good temperament, good patience, and really taken things a step at a time. And even through some difficult stuff like the storms we had at Stennis last year was very difficult. And John and his team and our team have committed ourselves to taking all the right steps to get this vehicle ready to go. And so I think we are what we think is a really good path. And Mike, I don't know if you had anything you want to add to that, or
the only thing I would add is to kind of emphasize what Tom said. We routinely look at what kind of different knobs we can dial, or what the art of the possible is, and I would just classify that as an art of the possible type of conversation. And when we brought the option as well as the risk profile associated with it compared to our baseline, folks decided to stick to the baseline, and that's the path that we're on.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. We'll go to Stephen Clark of Spaceflight Now.
Thank you for taking another question. I wanted to follow up on an earlier question about Artemis 2. I know you said you want to talk about Artemis 1, but I understood that one of the driving items for a schedule for Artemis 2 is the time it takes to refurbish some of the avionics in the Orion that comes back from Artemis 1. How long does that refurbishment take? And I guess that gives you an idea of the earliest Artemis 2 could potentially fly. Thanks.
Yeah, Stephen, I'll try that, and I'll let Kathy talk a little bit too. We really will be coming forward with we have an independent schedule assessment that we've done on the Artemis 2 mission. We'll be coming forward with that here in a little while, in a matter of weeks. And so we have a reporting process we go through. I think that will answer any questions you have about the Artemis 2 mission, and it's independently reviewed. And we baseline, because we added some new content, quite frankly, to the mission that make it a more comprehensive mission with rendezvous and prox ops to buy down some risk for the program. And so Kathy can talk a little bit more about it, but there's really a lot of things. People tend to think about like turnaround times and avionics and stuff. I don't look at it that way. I don't think Kathy looks at it that way. We have a whole bunch of stuff we got to do with that crew capsule to get it ready for flight. And so we look at the totality of all the different things, and I don't think any one thing is the thing that really drives the schedules that we're looking at. It's a lot of Eclipse, it's avionics, some crew-specific stuff, some new software, all types of things that are very unique to that crewed mission. And so when we do our independently reviewed schedule assessment, that was all taken into account. And we're not ready to report on it, but we will be reporting on it here in the next few weeks, and then there would be a better time to answer your question. Kathy, did you want to add anything to that?
I'm starving.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Appreciate it. So, the non-core avionics that we're going to reuse between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 is just one of many factors that we look at as we're preparing the Artemis 2 vehicle. The systems are different on Artemis 2 because we have the environmental control and life support systems that we'll be using for the first time, and those we're learning how to build and we're learning how to install and to test, and so that process is a highly integrated process. So it's it'll be a lot of first-time activities for the Artemis 2 mission that we'll be doing. Tom also mentioned software. All of the environmental life control and life support system has software associated with it, and that's new and different software than we're flying for Artemis 1. So there are still a lot of activities that we have that we're running in parallel as we approach Artemis 2. Artemis 1 test data and analysis is another factor that we have to take into account. The actual Artemis 1 spacecraft, parts of it will be used in subsequent testing to verify and certify that we're ready to fly crew for the first time. So we have a number of factors that all play together. There isn't any one of those, I would say, that is driving the schedule today. It's really a combination of all of the activities that are first-time activities and things that we're learning and doing for the very first time that really is going to play into when we can launch the Artemis 2 mission.
Yeah, and let me add one more thing, and this is, if you talk to the folks in the Science Mission Directorate, they'll talk about this as well. We had a COVID pandemic crisis, and it's very interesting when you look at that. What we found is that as we're preparing for this Artemis 2 mission, we literally had countries like Germany and Italy that had to shut down for periods of time. We had situations in our country. We get a lot of manufacturing in places like east of Los Angeles and stuff like that, where we really had a difficult period of time, and that really did have an impact on our ability to get some of the hardware in the door. I think Kathy and her team does an excellent job once we have everything that we need to build the spacecraft, but you have to build it in order, and we had a very complex, spy base, and so they, not complex, but we have one that is in parts of the country that were really impacted by COVID. So I think part of the Artemis 2 story is really kind of, just catching up with that as well, that we've got the hardware. The good news is most of it's now available to us in the ONC, and Kathy has a great team working on it. But we did, and I don't think there's anybody in any of our spacecraft that's in development during this period of time would give you a different answer to that question. That was something that really impacted us.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us today, and you can listen to a replay of this teleconference in about an hour by dialing 203-369-0188. That's 203-369-0188. The replay will be available for 30 days. The SLS rocket and the agency's Orion spacecraft, along with the exploration ground systems at Kennedy, will be the backbone of NASA's Artemis missions to take human exploration farther into space than ever before. To learn more about Artemis, follow our progress to the pad online at nasa.gov/Artemis program. Thank you again, and have a great day.
All right. What do you guys think? Take the meat, Tessa, and put it in the fireplace. It'll cook it, so you got something to eat. We finally have a date. Yep. Start for Artemis 1. Yeah, there was a lot of good information in there about how they go about testing and stuff. I'm probably going to have to listen to it again, but still, a lot of good stuff. I wonder if we have anything else unlocked. Electric furnace is coming soon. What about if we... Oh, we are in Tier 3. We got the radar unlocked, whatever that is. What is politics going to be like on the moon? Adam, the moon is... Actually, basically outer space is treated like international waters for the most part. Nobody can really claim territory. And now, that's how it is right now. That's how it was, that's how it's basically been since the 1967 Space Treaty. So, yeah, like, I'm not sure where that's gonna, space pirates. It's not exactly like international waters, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. Still have all the stone stuff figured out, which is good. the oxidizer. Let's go up here. Anything else that I want to unlock up here? Glass beam. China would be the only problematic political party, I would think. Best laid plans and all that. I expect a war on the moon within 100 years. You guys got to understand that even if we're gonna go wage war in space isn't fought like it is down here. Like I don't know if anybody here watched like the second season of For All Mankind. You know, I cannot tell you how incredibly stupid it is to fire a firearm on the moon. Like, this isn't just like, oh, firearms are bad. No. Firing a firearm on the moon because of Newton's third law is really stupid. Yeah. Yeah, that's really dumb. I mean, amongst other reasons. That and it's shooting around hot shell casings, and those shell casings basically never cool off. So if you're shooting with your spacesuit, you're going da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and a shell casing comes out, and it hits your spacesuit, and it gets like lodged there, guess what? It's going to burn right through your spacesuit. And now you suffocate. Yeah, the point that I'm trying to get at is that war in space isn't fought like that. It's a chess match. You know what I mean? It's not like overt fighting. That would be very strange. Well, they have laser weapons. Yeah. So even if there was some kind of war on the moon, it wouldn't be how we think about it. Just like how warfare 150 years ago is not the same as warfare nowadays. You know what I mean? I don't know how it's going to be. I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Hopefully humanity, hopefully logic perseveres. Oxygen dissolver would probably be a good thing to pick up, but you know what? I'll save those. What about talents? What do we got here? Increased move speed with the blade. Alright, we're gonna need that stone furnace. We're gonna need to find a cave here. Throwing asteroids at each other. Yeah, because you gotta remember, like, okay, so think about it like this. In space, you don't need to blow up the other guy's satellite. Blowing up the other guy's satellite is detrimental to you and him. You don't do that. You go up to it, and all you do is boop, just give it a little tap. They'll point their antennas where they think the satellite is, and it won't be there. That's all you gotta do. That's it. It's just little stupid stuff like that. Just clip the solar panels. You don't even have to do that. That creates debris, which could cause Kessler syndrome, which will screw you over completely. You know, that's too yeah, you're overthinking it. All you gotta do is just go up and boop the thing. Spin it out of control. Just get the thing spinning so its antenna's pointed in the wrong direction. Done. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Taps could cause debris. Yeah, of course. But if you're able to get something that's able to perform what's called RPOD, rendezvous proximity and docking operations, or rendezvous proximity grapple, stuff like that, you have some type of remote manipulator system, all you gotta do is just go up and just, like literally about that much. That's it. And then the thing spins out of control, the antenna's pointed out into space, it's not pointed at the ground. Then the guy has no comsat. What about capturing it and deorbiting it? I mean, that's too complicated. You're already using the Delta V to get out there. Yeah. Proper Grandpa. I like your name. That's funny as hell. Dude, yeah, no. War in space is not fought the same way that it is on the ground. It's not even like, it's not Battlestar Galactica. It's not Star Wars. It's not even Star Trek. All that stuff is too complicated. You don't need weapons in space. You don't need, like, firearms or missiles. There are ASAT missiles and stuff, but that's a waste of time. And that's not something that just the U.S. thinks, for instance. Okay? Russia has an ASAT weapon. When's the last time you saw them use it? We haven't used ASAT stuff since the 90s because we were like, oh, wow. This is really a stupid thing to do. Even the Chinese, they're like, yeah, nah, screw that. They're like, nah, that's a dumb idea. Everybody knows that that's a stupid idea. Because if you go and blow up the other guy's satellite, guess what? That guy's satellite is going to probably be in a similar orbit to your satellite. And now, your satellite has to deal with all that debris. So, like, you go blow up the other guy's satellite, his satellite just basically turns into a cloud of debris, and that's just orbiting around. And then eventually it'll find your satellite, and some of that debris will hit your satellite and take your satellite out too. And then your satellite becomes a cloud of debris and takes out all your other satellites. And then it takes out all the other guys' satellites. Nobody wants to do that. Kessler syndrome is a form of mutually assured destruction in space. So, once again, I don't know how war is going to be fought in space, but it's literally going to be it's not going to be how we think about it here, that's for sure. Thank you, I'm not a grandpa either. I think it's a funny name, though. But what if it comes to interaction between infantry? It's not. It's not. That's what I'm telling you. It's false. Never happened. Never happened. This one was invented by a writer. It's false. Unless it's done with swords. You don't even need a firearm. A freaking Daisy Red Rider could be lethal on the moon. All you gotta do is punch a hole in the other guy's suit. Havocs, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you think about it, it makes great amount of sense, dude. Slow motion fighting. I told you it's gonna be a chess game. All right, Tessa, we gotta go find a cave, buddy. Want to go do some recon with me? Here, we can do voice now. It's gonna be like that, Warhawk. What about railguns? I would not use a projectile weapon in space. That's really, really stupid. Nor would I want any type of offensive weaponry that could break up another person's satellite. I mean, I'd have it, but I would never. I would. Don't get me wrong. I'd take it, but I'd never use it. That's really stupid. That's a really stupid thing to do. Lunprod, I would prefer a deorbiting vehicle over. A deorbiting vehicle would be better than a railgun. You have to deal with Newton's third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You have a space station that fires that railgun. Whatever your muzzle velocity is, that force is going to be imparted equally on your space station. So if you fire a gun enough times in space, you will deorbit your space station. Hey, hello, what's going on? I'm talking about on the surfaces and used by infantry. Well, Lunar Regolith. Lunar Regolith, man. You don't want that getting in and around your suit. It can jam CO2 filters. It can screw up your life support systems. There's a bunch of things that it can do. I wouldn't want anything that's going to create lunar dust, to be honest with you. And in that regard, something like... Oh, hey, Rabbit. What's new with you? In that regard, honestly, Limprod, you know what I'd do? I would want something that just sabotages the other guy's space station. Basically, just go up to your boy's space station in the middle of the night and unplug the oxygen line and then walk away. Yeah, he'll probably fix it, but that's time That's time that the other guy is spent fixing his stuff, right? As opposed to you, who's focusing on fighting. Emotional Space Wars. You suck. No, you suck. See, space has a really peculiar effect because everything in space is trying to kill you. And I'm pretty sure anybody that knows enough about what it takes to send somebody up into space, right? NASA, Roscosmos, even the Chinese, they'll figure it out. I know they'll figure it out. Because you can't beat the laws of physics, sir. Oh, hey, Tessa.
Hey there.
Good, good. It's because you can't beat the laws of physics. That's why we've had mutual cooperation in space. Because space is a pain in the butt. Everything is trying to kill you all at once. You don't need another guy, another person trying to kill you at the same time. It gets very complicated. I don't like Lunar Regolith. It's fine, smooth, irritating, and it gets everywhere. Yeah. Tessa, you with me or? Yeah, okay, no, you're not.
I will be in a bit.
All right. Oh, I am out of bounds. Okay, yep. All right. Okay. Yeah, machete to an extent. Tessa, let me go back over to the lake here. I'm trying to look around for a cave. See if we can get some resources. We're going to need some iron. Man, I don't know what they did in the update, but this is borking my frames really badly.
Yeah, I'm okay over here.
Well, that's good to know. Something about this water. Here, let me see if I can mess with the...
Oof, there's your problem.
Yeah, that probably
is. Mine's set to medium.
Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. That should help. Keep view distance epic. I would try lowering the shadows first. Yeah.
Yeah, kill the shadows. They're the biggest sucker up performance.
Shadows and lighting always are the worst. Tessellation on. Use simple building shadows on. Simple lighting effect. Yeah, turn the shadows down. That made it better. You with me? Where are you?
I'm at the house. I'm just trying to do some cooking. How do you light fire?
You have to hit the activate button when you're on the menu for the thing. You have to put something in the main slot, and then kind of go from there.
Keep saying needs fuel.
The center slot here. I'll just head back over there. You got to put something flammable in it and then light it. We have the capability to make ignition, but you need something that is flammable. So anyway, Rocket Guy asked a question like, what's the atmospheric composition? It's close to Earth, but apparently with this planet, so a corporation found that there was resources on this planet, and this is obviously in the far future because we have pod-based SSTOs right now. Single stage to orbit, something basically that can come down, land on the planet, and go back up. You don't need to worry about staging or anything. So we're pretty far into the future here. A company found valuable resources on this planet, and that deer's dead. Okay. And they want to, because they found valuable resources, they wanted to terraform the sucker. Okay, it requires fuel. Let me put some wood in here. And so they've obviously found a quick way to terraform stuff as well, or a quicker way. And something went very wrong with the terraforming operations on this planet. But the resources are still here. And it's good enough to come down here. They were basically trying to make this into they were trying to make its atmospheric composition similar to Earth. The idea is that if you can terraform a planet quickly, instead of trying to, land down here where there's no damn oxygen and you have to wear the spacesuit, blah, 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 you could just land a bunch of kind of quote-unquote conventional mining equipment on the planet and then just do a mine like you would on Earth, right? So they started terraforming the planet, the corporation that we work for, I think, and then something went wrong. We don't know what went wrong. Some of the objectives that we've had is like trying to retrieve their downed satellites, etc., etc. Now we have some objectives to go do some scanning out in the desert biome, and we have to go to the caves to get to it. February 2022 is looking to be the right time. Has a drop pod but uses stone tools. You can unlock better stuff, Kazanator, but it sounds like they don't want foreign object debris coming up and down from the planet. So the only thing you're allowed to come down here with and leave is what you learned and your spacesuit. FOD or FOD is something that is absolutely a thing with real NASA. Like, when Neil and Buzz came back from the moon, they isolated them and they kept them in a mobile quarantine facility because you don't know, like, if they picked up some kind of dormant, like, virus on the moon or something on their spacesuit, right? So they went into an MQF, et cetera, et cetera. And I would assume that, I know the guys at RocketWorks. I know the folks that made the game. I'm not best friends with them, but they come in and watch me from time to time when I'm not playing, like, RocketWorks games. I know they're space nutcases, so I know that they would know about foreign object debris and how that all works. That's the reason why we're using stone tools. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah, I know. When I first played the game, I came down here. I'm like, I have a sophisticated spacesuit on, and I'm using this. That's great. So I think that's what's going on. I know that foreign object debris, or FOD, is something that absolutely is a thing. But yeah. All right, Tessa, we gotta get some of your oxide here. Let's go find that damn cave.
Yeah, I just loaded up.
All right. I'm just gonna empty my inventory here into that in case we die. All right.
Do we know where we're going?
Yeah. On the left corner, or on the west corner of Mike 9, or M9, it's to the northwest. We're gonna go find this cave, and because we need iron and stuff if we want to get something better than stone tools, so we're gonna go see what we can see.
Yep.
What'd you have for lunch? I didn't have lunch today. Sometimes I just skip meals, Flacken. Wouldn't that drop pod mitigate any FOD, at least on the planet? Bringing tools down and leaving them behind would make FOD irrelevant when leaving. More or less. Either that or the company that we work for doesn't think we should have the tools to go down there. I don't know. I just thought of something that could be plausible. I don't know if that's the exact reason. Remember, it's a guess. You could be right. Guess. I don't know. Gives you the energy you need. Coffee gives me all the energy I need, man. Okay, how about we turn around? Well, we can't go that way, so...
Up and over?
The other thing is that this is a botched terraforming operation, so something really did go wrong here, but I don't know what it is. I don't think we can go up and over like that. I don't know, well, let's try this way. Oh. Let's not try. Nah, it's minor winds. We'll be alright.
can get around this to the south a little.
What's that?
We can get around this mountain to the south.
Yeah, that's why I walked up here, and I'm trying to get through that way. It would be beneficial just to find any cave. Caves are... Tessa, is this your first time playing? Refresh my memory.
Yeah, this is my first.
Alright, so caves are... The entrances to the caves are blocked off, but you have to get through them with rocks. They're pretty easy to spot compared to like world-generated terrain. Yeah, if I can vaguely I remember that, but yeah, if you stay with me, I should be able to point it out. I don't know where you went.
Yeah, I think I went a wee detour, but I've got your screen up as well, so.
Alright, I'll show the map. I'm at the corner of November 10. So I got to just be on a NASA teleconference. Yeah, talking about different mission duration, as if I wasn't listening. I heard it, man. Good job. It's nearly night, by the way.
Yeah, dark's gonna be fun.
No, let's abort the mission. Go back to the house. We gotta get some beds so we can sleep through it, Minecraft style.
Yep.
Yeah, Vulcan. What was it, Mike? Mike's answer was pretty good. Basically, you know what? We don't really give a crap if it's a long or a short duration mission. Long would be nice. Short would, you know, is going to give us data nonetheless. But we're more concerned about testing the rocket, right? That's what he said. Makes sense. Hey, Builder. Bro, don't you do that again. Sneaky breaky. Alright, what can we make in here? Alright, what do you got over here? Bone, fur. Can we make the beds? I forget. Fiber, stick, fur, and leather. Okay, so leather, fur, fiber, sticks. Damn it. We're gonna need 30 fur.
Looks like I'm going deer hunting.
Yeah. Hey, Iron Spark, what's up? That chuckle was almost the 1,000 bits worthy chuckle. Ha! Alright, yeah, we're not... Let's go. I'm gonna go out here and grab... Well, actually, I don't want this stuff on me. Gotta find some silica here. Did you get on the servers early? If you go on the Discord, Drew, it should it should give you all the information that you're looking for. Oh my man, yeah, you gotta follow these boys on Discord. What are the major concerns for the crew of any shuttle mission besides the normal launch and landing procedures? Depends on the mission. What are you doing? Are you worried if you take the car to the grocery store, or are you worried if you drive the car across country? Different missions have different concerns. I'm here to witness death via Icarus. Now, Shaw, this is the part where I tell you that I haven't died yet, but, that probably just jinxed me. I'm probably going to get mauled by a bear very soon. So, you know, that's going to be good. Wow, that got really dark really fast.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, hey. Is the beta open? You want to check Discord. Check the Icarus Discord. So, it no longer rains bears? I'm pretty sure. No, last. Let's just say Hubble repair and ISS docking. It really depends. What was your question? What are the major concerns for the crew of any shuttle mission besides the normal launch and landing procedures? You don't really have, like, you don't go into a mission, like, concerned, like, oh, it might blow up. Like, that's not really how it works. You just, it's really objective focused stuff, so, like, I'll just put that in there so we can have something, some light here. It's objective focused stuff, so the concerns vary with the mission. Like, there's no, like, oh, we're just concerned about this every mission. That's not really how flying into space works. Some friggin' light, dude. Sorry for breaking you. It's not so much breaking me, so more so that it's hard to come up with an answer because what you're asking is not a thing. It's like, hey, so, you know, when you're driving to school today, what concerns do you have of your car floating in the water? It's like, what? What? No, Flagon, you really need to, like, I understand the questions that you're trying to ask, but it's a more complicated answer than just, like, it varies. It really depends on what you're doing. Like, but that's not, like, you don't launch, like, concerned about things. You don't just be like, oh, you know, the spacecraft could blow up. Let's fly. It's fine. No, you try to be as prepared as possible, so concerns don't happen. Concerns arise when stuff in the mission doesn't go according to plan, and that varies by mission. So to transform my question then, what in the past missions, what were notable concerns, like concerns that came up during a mission? That question is way, it's too general, dude. It's too general. That's on Apollo 16, John Young kicked over one of the experiments and broke it. Kicked over one of the science experiments and broke the thing. I mean, it's like, oh, I broke the science experiment. Should we try to fix it? Should we just forget about it? Should we just keep going? Like, it really depends. Like, No, it's okay, but like, it's a hard question to answer. Like off the top of my head, I don't like. There's tiles coming off on the shuttle on STS-1. That's a thing. On STS-27, they had a booster, an SRB parachute pyro exploded a little or blew off a little too early and punched a hole in the tiles on the side of the shuttle. That was pretty concerning. There's a bunch of things, and it varies. Like, it's not, but even then, like, it's not so much like, oh, we're concerned about this. It's, oh, this problem happened. What are we gonna do? Like, how do we mitigate the problem, and/or how do we keep going to ensure mission success? Even identifying it as a concern is not really how spaceflight works. Like a concern on the Lucy mission, one of Lucy's solar panels didn't lock into place. And they had to, it's not like, oh, we're concerned about this. It's, no, we have to figure out a way to fix that because we need that, you know? Concern isn't really, like, the right way to put it. Lucy, what's that? Lucy is a mission that launched the other day. That is a 12-year mission to visit asteroids that are out by Jupiter. I'm not sure, Super. I know your skills transfer over. Tessa, how much fur you got?
None on me. Put it in the chests.
Okay. Yeah, we don't even have enough to freaking make one bed, let alone two.
Oh, the crafting bed, sorry.
Oh. Yeah, we still... that answer's the same. So how did they...
Yeah, I'm out here hunting, see if I can find anything.
So how do they mitigate the explosion from the premature pyro? They didn't. How? You can't EVA and get to the bottom of the shuttle. There's nothing to hold on to. So they just kind of said, well, come back down and hopefully it works. And that's why a lot of people don't like the shuttle. Yeah, the commander of the mission, Hoot Gibson, got mad at them. He's like, are you serious? There's nothing you can do about this. Oh, great. Well, we're gonna die. That's good. Yeah. Pretty funny, actually. Like, and think about spaceflight kind of like a... dude, it's like a game of Tetris, okay? You don't really win, you just get better at it. There's no winning. You don't win at space, okay? Every time you go into space, you play the game. And hopefully you get a little bit further and a little bit better than you did than the last time. You don't win, though. You know, you won the space race, right? The U.S. won the space race, right? Winning the space race is all fine and dandy. That's good. But, you know... That's just a localized thing. That would be like you and your buddy going to the arcade. That's still a thing that people do, right? You and your buddy going to the arcade and one of you getting, hey, I bet you I can score 100,000 points in Pac-Man. Oh, hey, I bet you I could score 100,000 points in Pac-Man. You play two-player Pac-Man and whoever gets there first wins. But did you get the high score at Pac-Man? No, you're never gonna get the high score. I mean, well, with Pac-Man, yeah, the nerds will be like, well, actually, EJ, I know about the theoretical maximums, I get it. Or not theoretical, I know about the maximums. But, yeah, I attribute spaceflight and how you should think about spaceflight to a Tetris game. It's a game of Tetris. You don't really win. You just get better.
And it's full of Z blocks.
Yeah, it's full of. You know what? I don't mind the Z blocks. Actually, yeah, Z blocks do suck now that I'm thinking about it. It's the T blocks that I like. Z blocks, yeah, those are pain. Yeah, so like when you say like, do you go into a game of Tetris concerned that you're going to screw up and place a Z block wrong? No, not really. That's not really how that works, right? That's why, like, I'm trying to come up with it. Like, it's not that I can't think of different concerns. I'm trying to. I know you don't speak spaceflight, right? So I'm trying to understand what you're trying to, like, what you're getting at, and that's why it's hard to come up with an answer sometimes. Because I have to kind of translate the normal speak to spaceflight speak, come up with an answer in spaceflight speak, and then translate it back to normal speak. That sometimes takes a second. It's not translating it into stupid. My meal ticket is being able to tell people how spaceflight works without actually just sitting here regurgitating what NASA says. It's tough. Like, spaceflight is hard. It's really difficult. It's a really difficult thing to do. Everybody says spaceflight is hard, but nobody ever says why spaceflight is hard. That's where I come in. That's what I try to fix. Like I said, game of Tetris. It just gets more difficult and more difficult. The further that we go into space, the more difficult it's going to be. And we're never going to win. We're just going to get better at it every time. The more you do it, the better you get at it. These Artemis missions that we're going to do, they're going to be tough. They're going to be tough missions. That's what the NASA people just said a second ago on that presser. It's going to be tough. Tough missions. They're going to be hard to do. So we best be preparing and practicing and getting good at that dang Tetris game, if you catch my drift. Yeah, we need to find a cave, but we need beds first. Yeah, we need caves. We need a cave like now. We gotta find a cave. But I don't want to do it at night. Alright. Get out here and we'll try to find some fur.
Might want to make yourself a bow and arrow. It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Or I can make you one if you want.
I don't know if I have the skills to be able to do that. Boom. Just use AI pathing to your advantage. Was there ever a time when a crew had to land the shuttle with manual control? Every landing, like what the runway part, was done with manual control. Somebody always piloted the shuttle down onto the runway. EDL in full end-to-end test was done manually once on STS-2. They tested it to make sure that it could be done. They flew manual. Joe Angle and Richard Truly on STS-2 flew a totally manual reentry all the way down. Only time it was ever done. The computer part in lead up was S turns. It's halfway. Like, it's hybrid. It's really at the discretion of the commander. If you look in the operations manual, it depends on what you're doing and where you're going. You gotta remember, the shuttle isn't landing at the same site. It's not even landing at the same landing site every time. It doesn't land at the same landing site. It doesn't... it goes to different types of orbits. It goes to different destinations in space. It's not the same orbit every time. And even then, the phasing isn't the same every time either. That's why we have launch windows.
There's a bow and arrow in the crafting bench for you.
Thanks, man. Was it an indicator saying the computer had control, or it was a timed event in the mission? What do you think? I'm actually asking. I'm not trying to be mean. So what do you think? Would you want a mission timer, or would you want an indicator saying that the thing has autopilot? Or the thing is being computer guided? What would you want? Think about UX. What would you want? I wouldn't want a timer. The hell with that. No, it's at discretion. It's at discretion. Like an LED on the dash. The shuttle. I mean, yeah, more or less. It's not. LEDs weren't really a thing yet. But they did switch the shuttle to upgraded... They did upgrade the shuttle's avionics in the 2000s. Can you have that guy in your voice chat talk more? That accent is awesome. So, Tessa is Scottish. Yeah. Not this... You're from the other side of Scotland, though, Tessa, to, like, Scott Manley, though, right? Scott Manley's from the east side of Scotland. That's probably not even what that's called.
He's West Coast, I'm East Coast.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, you're east. Yeah, that's right, you're east. You're by... He's... Edinburgh, you're Glasgow, right?
Nope, other way around.
Yeah, I switched them. Damn it. Oh, well. At least I know what they are. I guess I get partial credit there, yeah?
Nah.
You're like, man, no. Hello.
It's like comparing Boston to New York.
Yeah. But they see they're both on one coast though. So
yeah, but accent wise and personality wise, no.
Oh, New Yorkers and New Yorkers and New Englanders are similar. That's why we don't like each other.
Exactly.
I can't change the laws of human behavior.
You can't change the laws of physics.
Dilithium crystals. That was awesome. Tessa, they love you. Encore, encore.
I'll pipe up now and again.
Right. Like, and one thing that I don't like doing is asking people that have a different accent than me to say things because they have a different accent than me. I mean... Hi. Interested in a pint dish. Yeah, that's something I try to just...
the cringe.
Yeah, right? Try to just generally avoid doing that.
No, you're attempting the accent.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Not from Scotland, man.
Yeah, but with your talent with mimicry, I'm surprised you can't do it better.
It's just the thing about anything from any of the UK Isles, it doesn't really matter, is that there's such subtleties to each accent. Like the accent varies within miles. It's so difficult to peg one particular one down. And it's the same with Scotland. Like the way Scott talks, the way you talk, that's not the same thing at all.
Yeah, and there's about 12 or maybe 20 accents between him and me, distance-wise.
Yeah, see, that's why, like, yeah, I don't know, everyone is bad because I'd have to listen to an individual accent from an individual city for extremely long periods of time to get that one right. And even then, you go 5 miles in another direction, nope, not the same.
Your best hope is probably to try and do Ewan McGregor.
Well, hello there.
See, that wasn't too bad.
General Kenobi. Yeah, southern accents in the U.S. are the same way. Everybody just thinks everybody from the South. Everybody that isn't from the U.S. thinks everybody from the South just talks like a Texan. Not the same. Nope. Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, all different accents. They're variations, but they're all different. I could not say the difference, but I could hear the difference because I lived in Florida for a little while. I could tell who's what. Like John Baptiste Emmanuel Zord. That is a Texan accent. That's pretty straightforward stuff. Like Zord from Fifth Element. That is a Texan accent. That's very, very different than the other ones.
And the fact that he had that accent down pat in, what, an hour?
Yeah, freaking Gary Oldman. Yeah. Hi, how did you update the game? Check on the Discord, man. Yeah, go on Icarus's Discord. Tennessee, Kentucky have different accents. Yeah, Oklahoma has a different one. Kansas has a different one. They're all different variations. Oh, I don't want to light you on fire. All right.
You can do that?
Yes. If I hold the torch near you for long enough, yeah, you can. Yeah, you got to be careful in this game. If I hold the torch long enough in the corner in the house, the house will turn into a gigantic fireplace. All right. We're gonna need fur. Yep, we're gonna need fur, but let's go find this damn cave. 4 cubes, 4 crates, 0 stones, 0 crates. Hey mate, over here. Mate, come follow me. Be honest. Hello, EJ. Did you cover South Korea's launch, the Nuri mission? Not bad for a first try, be honest. Seriously, to get to main... Anybody on their first attempt getting to main engine cutoff in an all-up test is very impressive. Let alone staging and and second stage ignition. That's not easy to do on your first try. So good on them, really. I genuinely mean that. That's super difficult.
Yeah, just the fact that it didn't explode on the pads,
right?
Quite an achievement.
Yeah, they put the thing together, they integrated, fueled it, launched it, got to staging, second stage ignition. It sounds like either A, they had a bad sensor on the third stage somewhere, or they didn't get the mixture right. That would cause premature burn time, or the thing exploded. I don't think it blew up though, because lower indicated burn time and the fact that they know that the burn time was less without having any type of particular loss of signal means it probably didn't explode. It seems like they just snafu'd something on the third stage, and that's about it. Once again, pretty damn good for a first try.
Or they were expecting certainly better ISP higher up in the Atmo and it just didn't generate it.
I mean, that's... That usually indicates a mixture problem, though. Like, you're not... The engine would be as tested in the vacuum chamber, and that would mean that their third stage testing was inadequate, which could possibly be right, but that doesn't really jive with how well the first and second stage performed, though, right? Like, so...
yeah, but it was the first stage that was short, wasn't it?
I thought it was the third.
I thought it was the first.
Chat. A topic, I'm recreating a Discord UI for no reason, okay? Just, yeah, Tessa, hug the cliff edge here. It was the third, not the first? Yeah. Genuine question. Did they do everything on their own, or did they get assistance from other countries since it's new to them? I think this is homologated, Tars. I think they did that by themselves. I'm pretty damn sure. I think that's all in-house. Because none of it looks like it's from anything else. Like, you know how, like, for instance, the Chinese space program builds, like, license-built versions, or has licensed a lot of technology from the Russian space program. They have help, which is fine. Like, look, even if you have the blueprints to a frigging spacecraft, that doesn't mean you're smart enough to make the damn thing, let alone make it work. Ah, freaking god damn it.
Here's hoping we'll find that cave.
Yeah, right. What's over here? Damn it. Yeah, South Korea has the manufacturing capability to do it in-house, I'm pretty damn sure. What in the heck is this? Wow. Alright.
Yeah, that killed my frames for a bit.
Yep. Who built Nerva engines?
I see the cave, though.
Aerojet Rocketdyne. You see a cave?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, yeah, I see
Right
it
down in the hole.
Yep. Northwest, right?
Yep.
Alright, well, we might as well go down there. Hopefully this storm isn't bad enough to wreck the house back there. But, yeah, we'll go see. Let's make our way down here. How you doing, food, water, on Oxide?
Yeah, I'm good. I topped up just before we left.
Yeah, me too. Alright, cool. Okay, the storm's gonna get pretty bad here in a second. We should make our way out there. Oh, jeez. The frames are AIDS. Okay. Do they still have the test stands for the Nerva? They probably got rid of them a long time ago. I'll bet you the road to the test stands is still there, but it's the test stands probably aren't there. I mean, some of them might be, but I don't know for sure. Next slide, please. You still with me?
Yeah, still here, somewhere.
Right. Last, please, when you have a chance. Update for solar. Forge, I see your link. I'll get it in a second. Hey, update on me going to Kentucky. I'll be in Morganfield Job Corps Center. I'll be there in December. How's the winter in the state of Kentucky? Yeah, I'm not from Kentucky, so I really couldn't tell you. But, I would assume that Kentucky's not too incredibly bad, because I'll bet you up in the mountains you get some snow. Oh, look, there's a little stream here. That's cute. I don't even know what to think of that. That's... Yep, okay. Kill it with Fire Forge. Okay. If you want to ask Dimitri Rogozin any questions about Roscosmos activities, new projects, or international cooperation, you can do it here. Click on Svedatum Vonros. Svedatum?
Trying to swim with a broken leg. Not clever.
You gotta splint that, dude, or else, yeah. What is this? So I feel like somebody replies to that saying, I feel like the most important questions will be ignored as they always are. You are not right. Please ask the more difficult and uncomfortable questions. Oh, cool. Sweet. got iron? Platinum. Frick. Iron? Yes.
There's something alive in here.
Yeah. You know what? Don't say that out loud, please. Do you have a torch, dude?
Nope.
Okay. I'm the torch man, huh? Alright. Here, just put that down there for a second. Everything is fine. We're not going to get mauled from anything in here, are we?
Looks like you found the cave system. Hopefully, there's a way through. But tidal forces from Minos mean subterranean networks are anything but stable. Ain't got much choice, though, do you?
I'm getting this iron.
I'm keeping an eye out for things.
Fast, please. Do they still have those test stands? Dude, if I can, I already answered that, man. Flanagan was asking if the engines... The engines are probably scrapped, yeah. They could be around, I don't know. Maybe they're in like a Raiders of the Lost Ark style freaking... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't done enough real research into the Nerva program that far. Like, maybe we could do a deep dive on it at some point. Oh, this is kind of just after the iron ore and, you know, get the iron ore and come back with guns. Nerva's so promising. Yep. Why do you think I freak out whenever there's any indication of like space programs potentially being canceled, or when anybody talks about saying that space flight is too expensive, we should be doing this or this?
Wolf.
Where?
To the right.
That's a 71 Wolf. We will get our tail. Well, I'm not going to say we're going to get our tail handed to us, but yeah, it probably wouldn't end well. Just imagine a huge warehouse full of yeah. Maybe. Something like that might exist. You want to go for it?
No, you draw it out, I'll shoot it.
We're starting to doubt Elon Musk and SpaceX. Why, Excessive? They made pretty insane strides, dude. Come here, buddy. Come on, Pupper. Alright, coming. Ow. You get him? Hey!
Nice.
Hey. Alright, let me just... Oh, yeah. Give me your arrow. We got some fur, too. Not bad. Alright.
Always handy.
Alright, let me, I think we should... I think I heard a bear.
I see a deer.
Alright, just careful. I think I heard... Starship is pretty much only hindered by bureaucracy at this point. Not their fault. It's something that I've kind of talked about a little bit. Here, let me what's up? Reply to spaceflight being too expensive. Isn't it funny how everything is too expensive unless they're spending money on the, politicians, man. What do you want? Politicians being full of hot air, more than a hot gas, hotter than the hot gases coming out of a rocket engine? Please, tell me something I didn't know.
Do we really want to start building a place here?
What I like to do is just build an outpost, a very small outpost. Not anything too crazy, because, you know, I mean, well, in this particular case, it'd probably be a good idea because we gotta go through the cave, right?
And it's not like there's much at the other one.
But we also have to get in that iron. So iron ore is extremely heavy. Iron ingots are not. So what the heck's wrong with me? Infected wound. Oh, that's good. Like, okay, will we colonize Mars and bring all of Earth's problems with us? Excessum. Let me, give me 1 second. Let me see what you said first. Their missions for the ISS and launching sats are okay, but they're trying to get to Mars. I feel like they should do something difficult here on Earth. Well, alright. What do you think about Starlink? What Starlink is trying to do is basically put people that are in areas that are out in the sticks, give them high-speed internet so they're on equal footing. That's the whole stated goal of that. I mean, I know that's launching satellites, but does that count in your judgment? Like, I'm actually curious because, dude, I'll be honest with you. All these contracts that NASA's giving SpaceX, dude, if Starlink does what their stated goals are, it's gonna help way more people on Earth than any NASA project will. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, Starlink is good. And here, you want to hear something? Want to hear an even bigger one? The revenue that they'll generate from doing that. The revenue generated from Starlink will make NASA contracts look like going down, you know, like in mowing the lawn for somebody for $10. You know what I mean? Like that's I don't know about you, man. That's what I had to do when I was younger. I was like, Dad, can I have money? He's like, no, you can't. Go mow the lawn. Go mow people's lawns if you want money. I'm like, all right, thanks, Dad. So, I mean, Starlink could help many of people here on Earth, dude. All the people that are out in the sticks, you know, that don't have access to high-speed internet like we do in the cities, right? That puts them on equal footing, which is actually pretty damn cool. You want to find a way to, you know, to go about solving problems on Earth. Giving people the tools that they need to succeed is probably a good way to start. You know? Does the money trickle down far enough? We have to ask these questions. I don't know, man. Yeah, that's a difficult one, dude. If I knew the answer to that, Excessum, I'd be rich. You know? I heard the bear again.
Yeah, me too.
How's your day? My day's good, Novus. Listen to the Artemis 1 press conference, dude. Pretty happy with what I heard. You know, like, let me go back to you. I mean, Excessum, the other thing, dude, that, and, you know, this might be seen as a little bit cynical, and, you know what, if you disagree with me on this, I think you're right, but, dude, here's the thing, man. I think we're always going to have problems. There's always going to be some problem to solve, all right? You know why? Humans are imperfect. The problems of today are not yesterday's problems, right? You know, problems that we encounter today definitely weren't problems to people in the past, you know? Like, getting internet to people wasn't a problem. That wasn't a thing. That wasn't like something that we need to do in the 90s, right? That's, you know, our problems are always constantly evolving. Dude, this is coming from me, Mr. Spaceflight over here. Spaceflight is not going to solve all of our damn problems. It could help, And I
Four
think,
far.
Yeah, I see the bear out there. He's by the stream. You might want to come back over this way. So, I'm not...
Yeah, something's trying to maul me.
Yeah, it's a wolf. I see him. I got you. Got you. You know, spaceflight does help, but it's not going to solve everybody's problems, you know? I think it's a good way to address problems, and it could be a way to fix future problems that we haven't seen yet. Which is why, like, I'm on board with going to Mars, but it definitely does help, you know? Yeah, there you go, Flankin. Yep, yep. Yeah, I hear that damn bear out there. Alright. You know, like, excessive, it's interesting, dude. Like, because, you know, I think that we're always going to have problems. There's always going to be somebody that needs help somewhere. Someone's going to need to be helped somewhere, you know? Someone's gonna need help. Someone's gonna have an issue. There's always gonna be something. And I'm not trying to say that in a way like, oh God, someone's always whining, because that's a very cynical way to look at things. Like, I think that, you know, if we're cognizant of problems and we're cognizant that they exist and don't turn a blind eye to it, then it's gonna get solved eventually. It'll work its way out. That's how we've solved problems in the past. You know, like that's how we solved, you know, building a railroad that goes across the entire U.S. or building a bigger skyscraper, if that's what we're in, or going to the moon. You know, the challenges change, but, you know, you can't count out. You gotta have a little bit of faith, you know? Just a little bit. You gotta have a little bit of faith in humans to be able to get stuff done. I think we can do it. I'm not worried, you know? I didn't get a chance to list any key updates. No, there's stuff here and there, Novus, but they talked about like you know, where they are with testing, where they are with like in relation to like Artemis 1, Artemis 2, like how the mission's going to lead into certain things, what parts they're going to reuse on Orion. It's like really the big thing that I was interested in is, you know, after all this testing, when they're going to do the wet dress rehearsal probably sometime in November or December, and then they're going to aim for a flight in February. That was the real thing that I was after, like seeing the schedule kind of solidify. Good news, just got back from the jobs. Starting work on Monday. I work 9 to 5. I work from 9 to 5 on Mondays and Tuesdays. Cool, Rav. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, excessive, like, look, man, I'm not going to sit here and tell you where I don't have days where I'm just like, I freaking hate everyone. Dude, we're screwed. Like, those days happen, dude. That's normal, man. You know, you just gotta kind of hold your head up high and keep going, dude. Freaking the whole thing's a big damn old struggle. But you know, spaceflight at least makes you happy, you know. And you can kill two birds with one stone by solving some problems here and there, like the internet thing. That's pretty good. You know, so yeah, kind of have to be. It's kind of like a weird balance between being a huge cynic and being an optimist. I don't know, man. I just try to keep my chin up. You know what I'm saying? It's tough, dude. And you know what? I'm not gonna sit here and say that it isn't tougher for others. There are other folks around like that have, the challenges that they face is nowhere near the challenges that I face. Everybody's path is different. I get that. I understand it. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I get it fully, but I understand that everyone's path is different. You know. But what I don't like to do is just sit there and pretend like it's a futile effort. Like, you're kidding yourself. Hey, Yarg, what's up? Oh, this is not the time for that. My frames are tanking hard. Tessa, I'm gonna die.
I'm already dead.
Why didn't you say something?
I did.
Okay. No, 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 no!
I'll respawn.
Alright. If like and you've exhausted your last quota over the last 2 days, a cooldown is required. I didn't think I would get stuck on that damn seam right there. See where the F is? I got stuck on the damn seam, which sucks. Oh, press F to harvest. Nope, that doesn't work. Oh look, another cave entrance.
Yeah, I spotted that.
Yeah, there's orange fish in there.
Yeah, I'm about a square and a half south.
Alright. It's gonna be a second. I don't see my corpse on the ground, which is... I really hope I didn't fall through the map. What's that smoke across the way? Waterfall. You helped the bear by becoming his food. Hey, I'm doing my part, you know? What's new in this version? They want us to get to the desert biome, Denny, and the only way is through these caves. So what I was trying to do is set up a little bit of a shop here, so in case we died, we wouldn't have to walk all the way back. Why are you sleeping on the job? It's induced sleeping due to blood loss markers. But I asked if SpaceX released what they gathered from the tests last night, other than obvious visual data seeing tiles fall off. No. No, they can't process the data that quickly. You're not getting paid by being dead? Actually, I am. That little sub badge next to your name proves that I actually am getting paid by being dead, so... I mean... I disagree. Have you tried putting the blood back in your veins? Yeah, I'm working on it. Caveman, nice. What's the respawn penalty? I lose all my stuff, and I come down in another pod. If you have a bed, you could set the bed as a spawn point. It's like Minecraft survival rules. Are you getting sick? No, Jim, I'm not getting sick. I did a lot of talking yesterday, so I'm a little raspy. We ended up doing like an 8-hour space news yesterday, and space news requires a little bit more talking and conversation than sitting here playing a game, you know? Can you go recover your stuff? I'm not 100% sure. I think you can, Foo-Face, but I think your stuff will decay if it's sitting outside over time, so if you don't go and get it, it'll just despawn. Hey, Boring, 32-month resub.
Took a wee bit of a wrong turn and nearly went out of bounds.
Yeah, no problem, man. But yeah, I mean, fellas, it's... Look, the other thing is that spaceflight, like, with going into space, the types of problems that spaceflight solve aren't very overt. It's like just one of those things that you kind of notice in the background that you won't be like, oh, this is because of spaceflight. I'll give you guys an example. Like, see this thing right here? This thing wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the Apollo program. Not necessarily because the Apollo program is responsible for making digital processors, but the fact that we spent that money on that R&D to make a digital flight computer in the 60s changed the course of human history, like big time. We started getting more computer-centric. Notice how, like, computers started becoming a thing in the 70s? Like, and then by the 80s, computers were pretty much integrated into every office, and in the 90s, everybody, the internet came along, linking all these computers together, right? And then that linking all those computers together led to the internet, right? And then now that's cloud computing, and now everything. Now you can't do anything in the real world nowadays without a damn computer, right? That changed the path because NASA advanced digital processing like light years into the future by making this guidance system, this digital guidance system for a spacecraft. NASA like handmade or not NASA, it was the Draper Laboratory at MIT. They handmade those damn things, like the rope memory. When I say rope memory, I mean it's not like a, like a term. No, it's actually made of rope. They like sewed the damn RAM together. That phone wouldn't exist if man never harnessed fire. Yeah, I mean that's the path, dude. That's the path that we walk, right? We're going this way, and we can steer the ship in one or two directions. Can't turn around, though, but, we can, like, we'll do it, man. Like, spaceflight, like I said, those things, those problems that spaceflight solved, Excessum, aren't like, oh, we're good now. Like, it's just background stuff. Like, okay, I'll give you another example. On the ISS, you need to recycle every consumable. For instance, okay, so the astronauts pee in the damn toilet. They filter that water. Why? Because it's not like they have a lake next to them where they can get more water, right? So they have they needed to make a super advanced water purification system that has to remove the water because you don't have any more water. You have to use what you have, right? It's all about using everything using everything that you have and achieving symbiosis with your environment. That's something, that type of mentality and that type of thinking is super useful down here on the planet. So because it was a NASA invention, that water purification system, it became public resource. And now there are nonprofits that go to impoverished areas around the world that give these people access to clean drinking water. That's something that nobody talks about. They give folks that are out in the middle of the Amazon, folks that are out in the middle of the Sahara, folks that are out in the middle of the, just any like hostile terrain in Africa. They give all these they just go, these nonprofits basically just give these people water purification systems so they have access to clean drinking water. And that alone right there saves millions of lives, like millions. And that's a good road on the step to giving everybody a better shot at doing what they want to do in this life, right? Like nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever talks about NASA's water purification systems, literally bringing millions of people out of poverty. I mean, that's absolutely a thing. Solar panel technology, NASA. Yeah, solar panels are a byproduct of NASA spending, because NASA needed to figure out a way to generate electricity on a spacecraft. Your batteries are eventually going to run out. How do you do that? Well, photovoltaic panels, NASA, baby. Yeah. Do you see me anywhere? Hey, thanks, man.
No problem.
So, like, this stuff is not stuff that you hear about, like, in public discourse, right? But it is stuff that gets done in the background, man. So, like, computers and all that. Heck, the internet is a byproduct of defense spending, and as we know it. The internet wasn't invented by NASA, per se. The idea of linking computers together, I believe, was Turing. Your stuff's over here, dude. It's still around, actually. But the idea between linking a bunch of computers together is that you linked all the computers that control the ICBMs that launch nukes that go and blow up the Soviet Union. The idea is that you create a web of internet connections, right? So if even one part of the web gets taken out by a nuke, all the other computers can still communicate and coordinate an effective response. That led to the modern architecture of the internet. Like, and that's defense spending. That's the thing that everybody hates, you know? That kind of stuff is super useful to us, and we all take it for granted. What was the fear for Y2K? The way they coded the software only went up to 1999 because they used 2-digit to save. They used a 2-digit date code, so 97, 98, 99. They used the 2-digit date code to save data, save hard drive space.
Memory and data.
Memory and data. Yeah, there you go. I'm not too well versed in it. So everybody thought when the clocks tick over that what the hell's it gonna do? It's gonna all the computers in the world are gonna divide by 0 and explode. Defense goods are America's #1 export. I thought it was freedom, man. No. Caveman would not exist without evolution. Yeah, evolution's, dude, that's the whole thing, dude. That's the struggle. You know, freaking, you evolve, you get better, improvise, adapt, you overcome. That's what we've been doing for millions of freaking years. Oh, look. Another weather event, Tessa. Oh, man.
Well, at least we've got the cave. That'll keep us clear from some of it.
Yeah, I'll try to see if we can build up some,
Well, we've got a box now.
Oh boy, a box. Hey, Barkwell, 59-month resub. Thanks, dude. Put the bunny back in the box. Man, That's 2 storms for the homestead back there. I hope that place is not messed up.
Probably flattened.
Yeah, that means everything that was inside is ripperoni.
No, there wasn't a lot there.
Give me a reason to play the game, sir. It's fun. I like the gameplay loops. I like how you need to survive in this game. It's a good time. Put that on the ground for a second here while I can build this up.
There's some air for you, boss.
Thanks, sir. I'm gonna make another crafting bench here. We're gonna need to get a dehumidifier in here because if we don't, you'll get cave AIDS.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, you don't want that. Yargles.
Yo.
Is that a wild yarg?
Explain to me how we're able to get pneumonia while in a spacesuit. Yeah, you know what? I didn't really consider that. If we're breathing our own oxidizer, why does the climate of the cave matter?
Gonna have to think on that one.
Yeah, Sneaky, that's a good question.
Maybe the spacesuits aren't completely self-contained, but they just are designed as a filter and they don't filter out that properly.
Well, here's another question. Where's the waste pipes?
Okay, suture kit. Need all my stuff. What's the talents like? The talent tree is, yes. It's friggin' huge, dude. Kind of like a more advanced version of Fallout. There's a lot of stuff in here. Right now I have, you know, I can carry more inventory, for instance. Moisture in the cave will drain the suit's heat. Yeah, maybe.
Did they increase the number of talent points you can get? Because it felt like before there weren't nearly enough.
Yes.
I think you have cave AIDS.
No, I got mauled by a bear. That's all.
Ah, you have bear AIDS.
Yeah. Yeah. Tessa, why do I keep hearing a bear?
Yeah, there's one outside somewhere. Unless it's further in the cave.
Maybe bear aids means you're actually turning into a werebear.
Didn't really mean to make that, but alright. Yeah.
Would that be paranoia, Ambrosio?
Yeah, it's paranoia, excuse me. Wolf. I think I killed you.
No.
I mean, if you can't outrun the wolf.
You don't have to outrun the wolf, just your former friends.
And the best way to outrun you is just to kill you.
Yep.
I mean, I could just take all your stuff and leave, or do you want me to revive you now? I have a little bit of a thing going in here. Let me see if we can. Let me open up the crate here. No, it's just wood in there. Suck. Oh, I hate the creepy music. Okay, I'm gonna need some stone here. Just put that on the ground there. There we go. It's not underwater. Yep. Okay. I should have enough. Let's see. To make the furnace. There we go. Might have enough to craft out some beds here. Nope, not enough fur. We have probably enough fur at home though, so you know what I might do? Get these iron ingots made and then let's get the heck out of here. It's platinum. What's that? Yeah, we should make our way back in a second. Alright, you know what?
Probably not a good idea. It's pitch black out here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's always good. Alright, well, I guess we'll keep setting up shop here then for now.
Oh, it gets better. We're probably going to suffocate too.
Ooh, fun.
There's oxide around. I'm not too worried. Hey, Wolf Dragon, what's going on?
So did they actually end up doing the second static fire yesterday?
They did. Yeah, they fired a sea level and a big boy at the same time. Sea level and a vacuum. All at once. It's pretty rad.
Have they given
just
date on when they're expecting it to go?
Elon said this afternoon that their Starship could be ready like within a month or something, but it's the FAA is going to hold them back because of regulatory approval or something along those lines.
I wouldn't go outside if I was you.
Okay, I won't.
Because there might be a couple of bears just outside.
What's up, G-Core? Alright, cool. So how about we don't aggro them, and how about we just chill in the cave, and...
What's this we you speak of?
Oh. Well, that's good.
Well, it wasn't the bears that killed me. It was the lack of being able to breathe.
Ah. Why couldn't you just stay inside of the damn cave?
Because I was trying to find oxygen to breathe.
Yeah, alright, that's fair. I bet the FAA still has dot matrix printers. Yeah. Adam, I don't think so. I think you know what, man? When's the last time you heard about the FAA being like that with anything?
When's the last time you heard of the FAA doing anything good?
The commercial airline industry. Commercial aviation safety is entirely because of the FAA and their stringent standards on moving people in mass numbers on airplanes. Dude, I know, like, I'm not one that's like a super big fan of any like regulatory, like, oh gosh, you know, okay, I get it, we gotta freaking do this, we gotta do that. But yeah, the FAA is probably one of the ones that I think is a really, really good idea. Like NASA. NASA's another one. Oh, frick! What the hell was that? Tessic, when you're back at the place, can you get like the beds? Get fur, the fur that's in there.
Oh, do you want me to hit the other camp first? Okay.
Yeah, get the fur. So, and yeah, get the fur. What's with the fur? I thought that was a wolf for a second. I'm like, well, I'm gonna die. Cool. I'm just gonna be right here. Donor Airlines have a pretty vested interest in not crashing. People wouldn't keep getting on Fubar Air if they had a habit of rapidly landing. Of course, Daryl. Yeah. I don't want to know what the hell that was. Of course, dude, but you gotta understand that's not really how airline accidents happen. You know, it's not usually like negligence that causes something like that to happen. Airline incidents happen because, you know, pilot error, because bad maintenance procedures. Like, it's a little more complicated than just, oh, that airline sucks. If that was the case, nobody
Gremlins.
Yeah, gremlins, yeah. If that was the case, nobody would fly Spirit Air. Like, look, they're so inexpensive, they can't be good, right? Like, but no, people still do. It's the problems that are inherent to an airline industry are not just, oh, this airline sucks. You know? It's a little more complicated than that, dude. Yeah, O2, yeah, I know. Yeah, there's that whole O2 thing. Pretty much, Bandit, yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna start if I don't go and get something, so let's head over here and... That's outside. Alright, cool. There's two entrances to this cave. Dusty, you wouldn't have happened to have brought any oxide with you on your way back, huh?
Nope, I'm nowhere near you and dead again.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Wolf got me in the dark.
Well, that's good.
Well, at least I didn't lose anything. It's starting to get brighter outside here. Maybe we'll find some oxygen.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Hug the cliff edges, dude. That usually is where oxide ends up. Oh crap. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I'm running. Did I bring the fur with me? Oh, frick.
No boots with the fur?
Nope.
Put out the torch, crouch, you can escape better that way.
Yeah. Where is all the oxide? This is ridiculous. I've never seen no oxide spawn next to a cliff edge like this, ever. I found silica, that's great. There's some. Nope. Silica again. And that was sulfur before, not... Well, this isn't good. Nobody, Bree. Yeah. Wow, this kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's what got me over there.
Oh, wait. Come on, the oxide. Yes. No, I can't. I'm too tired to throw the axe to get the oxide. Wow. Wow. That's... Wow. I'm speechless.
Here. Surviving Mars flashbacks.
Here, I guess I'll just die then.
Just wait there, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah.
Eventually.
No, I'm too tired. I can't. I'm suffocating. I'm too tired. I can't swing this axe to get more oxygen. Here, let me just sit over here and die instead of surviving. Yep. Okay. That's how surviving works, right? Yep. Okay. You can't breathe the atmosphere, Jim. There's toxins in it. That's the idea.
Something Martian workers won't farm.
Yeah, here, allow me to not farm because, you know, I'm too hungry. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's a cool shirt, Sneaky.
Nearly at camp.
The cave camp?
No, the other camp.
Oh. I can't believe I didn't find any oxide in that entire cliff edge. That was really stupid. There's usually tons of it. Oh, no, not this one, though.
Looks like it's still standing.
All right.
Yep, still here. Hasn't blown down.
Neat. Great. What are you doing?
Stocking up on stuff. You know, so I can get there.
Dude, nighttime in this game is summer car bad.
Oh yeah.
When commercial jets fly hundreds of miles an hour, why does it look like slow motion as you're looking out the window going through the clouds? That's called parallax, app state. Nothing is close to you, so it's hard to judge your speed because the nearest point of reference is 30,000 feet downward. But if you go right through a cloud, like if the plane flies through a cloud and the cloud is close to your window, it'll go faster. That's called parallax.
Okay, on the way, and I've picked up all the fur.
Sweet. You got to make a bed. That's all. Like if you can make the bed, if you can make 2 beds, just do it now.
Nah, I've only got, I think, 12 fur on me.
Okay.
I picked up 25 oxite while I was there as well, and I'll pick up any I find en route.
Did I see this? Yeah, the picture of a blank launch pad. Yeah, Hired, I've seen it.
So did you get a chance to watch Dune yesterday?
No, I haven't watched it. Yeah, so I'm in like the top left corner of M10 almost.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I know roughly where it is. I've had to trek over there a couple of times.
Alright. Is this the desert weekend? Yes. Yeah, it is. Hey, Birddog, 36-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah. I'm on the cliff edge that's... it's kind of hard to explain. We hug the right cliff edge if you're looking towards the cave. I'm on the left one.
Oh, I'm still quite a ways from that, yeah. On the upside, the sun's coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, 95, it's basically time for space news anyway. Too far. Turn around. Hug the right cliff edge. I don't know. 95. Should be just up
yeah, I
here.
think I see the octite.
Yeah, I see you. Just on the other side of the rock on the left. Thank you.
Here's some berries for you.
Thanks. $95. If you want to get in on a save, I guess you can join up. But yeah, we gotta wrap it up soon. It's pretty much time for space news. So, where do you think you have all the fur, Tessa?
I do, yeah.
Alright. I should have grabbed it. But let's head back towards the cave, grab the resources, and see if we can make our way back to the main camp.
You sure you don't want to just move the camp here completely? Because I've got the fire and a whole load of things from the other camp.
No, we can do that. It's fine. It's Friday night racing for after hours, yes. Yeah, man. I'm fine, Chief. Yeah, I'm good. Just tired. Yes, the CSGO strats, yes. You go onto the Discord, guys, if you want to get updated.
There we go, in the crafting thing.
Thank you. I went and grabbed a fish, dude. I would say do the same thing. Not my Discord. Icarus's Discord, fellas.
Yeah, I'm okay on food for now.
got one bed. We're gonna need.
We're cuddling.
What's up?
I said, I guess you're cuddling.
We need more fur. Not much more though.
How much?
15. EG, you know, I just wanted you to read that in chat today. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Well, that could have been worse, I guess. Hear that, dang old bear. Just doing bear things. Yep, there he is. Yeah, careful. Don't go around the stream. Near,
Yeah, I was tracking a deer.
I don't know, goalie. It's cool, but I don't think it would make a really good official like Lego set.
Yeah, Hellfish. Electrical engineering is difficult, to say the least. Hey, Pythos. guys want to get ready for space news? Or you want to see a little more of this? We still got a couple of things that I need to do here in game, basically to set up shop. Tessa, make sure you go to the bed that's in the cave and set it as your spawn point too, by the way.
Oh, good point.
We can't get a dog in our current apartment, though, so if it's a picture of a dog, I don't want to see it because I'm just going to feel bad. Any chance to return to satisfactory? Yeah, maybe when Update 5 comes out. In fact, I'd like to play when Update 5 comes out. That'd be fun. You live in an apartment. When you move the curtain, it looks like you're in a shed. It's an old apartment building. A lot of the buildings are old around here in Maryland. The apartment building from the outside, it looks old. You'll know it's an old building. But, yeah.
Dead deer.
Nice.
You got a knife, go for it. Oh wait, no don't. There's
Yeah.
a bear right by it.
I know. Did you set your spawn point?
Yeah.
Then let's beat the crap out of that bear. Give me that fur.
I'm gonna see if I can snipe the bear.
I'll get this deer. Yeah, fellas, I'll finish this up, and then we'll move into space news. I don't know how to say this properly, so I'm going to ask in my way. Do you think SpaceX is sporadic or unorganized with its projects? No. No, not particularly. Our apartment costs further from Boston any better. You have to get a good ways out of the city before the apartment cost comes down. And at that point, you're far out of the city. That's when the houses become affordable, Hellfish. Boston has a beltway road, 2 beltway roads. The first one is 95, 128. If you're a local, you can just call it 128. 128, anything inside of 128, $1 million. Any house inside of 128. It kind of does depend though, but where we are in the area of Boston called Metro West, yeah, houses 6, 7, 800 thou for a small one, $1 million for a nice decent house with some land. Once you get between 128 and the outer beltway, which is 495, once you go there, houses, depending on the area, can range, I don't know, from like 400,000 to like 800,000, but it really depends on where you are. It sucks. It sucks. It sucks because I like Massachusetts. I like where I
Ooh,
live.
6 far.
Nice. All right, we need 4 more. I like Massachusetts. I like where I'm from. My family's here. I love this city. Like, I like Boston a lot. It's my home, man. And it sucks that I can't live here. I grew up here, and I can't live here. Unless I get an apartment like this, in which case, I mean, this apartment's tiny. You know, like, Remo and I can't raise a kid in here. I mean, I suppose we could, if we really wanted to. You know, I can't have a garage. Like, that's basically impossible. Which, you know what? I shouldn't say impossible. You should never say never like that. But it's, you know, am I smart enough?
Impractical.
What?
Impractical.
Yeah. Something like that. It's tough. It's just, yeah, it's just gonna be, it would be tough to get a house around here, and it would be even tougher to get a house with land around here, but it's not impossible. Impractical, yeah, I guess would be a better way to say it, Yark, huh? I don't think that, you know, we make enough money for that. And once again, like, don't get me wrong, it's not that it can't be done. It's that I could do it for a lot cheaper, just 30 or 40 miles that way. And then get an even bigger house. But the problem is that it's not near anything. But, you know, Massachusetts is small. Not everything is a quick hop, skip, and a jump away because it's a small state. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'll figure something out. Remo and I will figure something out. How's it in Western Mass? Inexpensive. Western Mass isn't bad. That's pretty much probably where we're going to end up being, which... But yeah, I shouldn't say it's impossible, you know. That's quitter talk. I don't like that. Not a fan. Didn't happen. This one is a fabrication. How's the flow coming?
Not good. Everything can see me even when I'm hiding.
Try to see if you could spec some stuff for stealth. Yeah, like them. What about them? They're pretty neat.
Yeah, I've not got any spec points.
Okay.
I'm only level 4, remember?
Yeah. No, it's all good, man. Yeah, the bush plane competition. Yeah, that's pretty cool. gonna set up shop here, and then we'll go from there. Just gotta clear out this silica so we can lay some stuff down.
Four more far.
All right. Build this house up strong.
Ah, crap.
You alright?
Nope, Wolf got me.
Alright, I'll be over in a second. Time is space news. Let me finish setting up shop here, Jim, and I'll go from there. Oh, you ain't far away. Where are you?
Just over the corner there. A little to the left. There I am.
Nope, that's a rock. It's false.
To your right.
I gotcha. I'm fine, Flecken. Yeah, no problem. Let me finish building up the... Yeah, guys, let me finish building this thing out, and then we'll go from there. That's when we'll start space news.
What was that?
It's 95 connected.
Ah.
Joining in so I can play for later. Alright. We're by the cave entrance, 95. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What do you do in this game? We're down on a planet, Everlast, prospecting around, but we have some other objectives to address. We're down here for a corporation, and that corporation terraformed the planet so they could better get at the resources on the planet, but something went wrong with the terraforming operation, and we're kind of down here prospecting, but we're also down here to figure out why. Trying to figure out why, you know, why this is going on. So we are prospecting for resources, but the thing is that Icarus is a very hostile planet, and it's like, it looks like Earth, but it's not. It's not Earth. There are things here that you necessarily can't see that are hazardous to you. Yeah, that's kind of the gist of it.
Bear.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I would leave it alone.
Why?
Well, I never got a hit on it, and it's level 77.
Oh, please get up. Thank you.
There's a wolf coming to you as well.
Oh, you want some too? I could have rezzed you.
That's okay.
Alright. The resets happen with each patch. It depends on what they changed. Where'd the bear? Where's the bear gone? Oh. Well, I got a lot of fur, so we should be able to make the beds up.
I've got 10 on me as well.
Excellent. So we just can't repair this? No? Is that okay? Alright.
Oh, joy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you show your map for a hot second? M9, left side. You left a note of something about me being the only one to prove. Yeah, that's, you know what, that's fair. Got more wood in here? No. But we have enough for another bed, so that's good.
Is there a way to repair your tools and weapons?
Yeah, right click on them if you have the required materials. It'll say that it'll give you the option to repair.
That's a lot better than crafting new ones every time.
For sure. You love Rust? Wait, Rust? Oh. Jokes. One, two, three, four. I need 4 more roofs. 4 more roofs. You have lumber on you, Tessa?
Yep.
Yeah. Could use that.
I got dropped out at the feet. I'll go get more.
Yeah, I just need 5 more. 95, did you see the map sufficiently? Almost done, guys.
Oops.
What'd you do?
Got hit in the face with a tree.
I mean, all right. That's not ideal.
And then it landed on my head. There's oxide near me.
Okay.
I'm picturing the head-on commercial, but for trees. Trees apply directly to the forehead.
I mean, that's generally not what you want. Thanks, Genesis. I don't know about you. I don't need forehead part. That's not... Alright, here, we can, let me, pick up the mortar pestle.
It loves storms round here, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna pick the beds up and I'm gonna put them in the house so we don't get cave aids.
Gotcha.
And then I'll just move the rest of the resources and stuff into the house. How are you doing? All right, Jack Reed, how are you? And we'll go from there. Be sure to set new spawn point.
Yep.
Oh, hey, 95. Here, go into the chest. There should be almost enough fur in there to make a bed. Say hello to your mother for me, alright? There's also
other than the long walk from spawn, this is actually quite a decent little spot.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. I'm gonna go get the rest of this stuff out of here.
It's too dark to hunt now.
Sleep. Sleep. Can everyone play now? Yeah, you gotta go on the Discord, dude. You can only sleep near the campfire. Are we not near enough to the damn campfire that I put? Or does the campfire need to be on?
Guessing it needs to be on.
Alright, well we gotta pick up the beds then and move them closer. Or just put the campfire in here.